Chapter 200. The three prefectures furious, however, Yifei had forgotten one thing. The undying sword spirit was very picky about its food. Normally, it would absorb a type of elixir only once, then it would lose its ability to increase its talent. It was the same this time. Even though there was still a little bit of spiritual energy left in the spirit vein, it had already absorbed a lot of it. The undying sword spirit was already full, so it ignored Yifei's thoughts and sent him a clear message of disdain to absorb. The undying sword spirit had already settled down in Yifei's dantian. Even though he knew that the undying sword spirit was picky about its food, it was still too picky. It didn't even want to absorb spirit crystals. How was he going to raise it in the future? Yifei's face darkened. He swore that if he could take the undying sword spirit out of his body, he would tie it to a tree and give it a good beating. However, Yifei also knew that with his current strength, it was already very difficult for him to control the undying sword spirit, let alone take it out. A force melon is not sweet. Since the undying sword spirit didn't want to absorb it, Yifei didn't plan to let go of these spirit crystals. Even if it was just a little bit, he couldn't leave it for the other 3 Wu province. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Yifei immediately used the Devourer's sword as a hammer and began to hit the remaining spirit vein. This kind of sound naturally couldn't escape Chen Feng and Zhang Tian's ears. When they heard that the trembling in the cave had stopped and was replaced by the sound of hammering, their faces turned ugly. This Li Ba is too arrogant. What is he doing inside? If it wasn't for his father being the prefecture lord, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of the 2 Wu province. Chen Feng, forget it. Just bear with it. He only dares to be arrogant in front of us. When Senior Meilan and Senior Bei Chuan arrive, we will have a good show to watch. Hearing Zhang Tian's words, Chen Feng's spirits were lifted. Since they didn't have the guts to fight with the prefecture lord's son, no matter how angry they were, they could only wait outside. However, he did not know that this had caused them to miss the final chance to save the spirit vein. This was because Yifei had taken advantage of this short period of time to dig out all the remaining spiritual crystals in the spirit vein, even though there were only slightly more than 100 of them. Yifei was still very happy. He found a piece of cloth and wrapped the spirit crystals in it. Not bad this time. Not only did my Dantian's grade increase to Earth grade 6, but I also got a few thousand spirit crystals. Now, I don't have to worry about returning to Tianyan Wufu. Yifei scanned the entire spirit mine and confirmed that he had not missed anything. Then, he carried the big bag full of spirit crystals and prepared to leave. The entire spirit mine had been completely emptied of spirit chi, and even the underground spirit vein had completely disappeared. It was estimated that it would take at least 1,000 years for it to recover. I wonder if the 3 Great Wu province will be angered to death when they find out about this. Yifei's lips curled into a smirk. Didn't the 3 Great Wu province want to join forces to suppress Tianyan Wufu and snatch the spirit vein? As a member of Tianyan Wufu, Yifei naturally had to repay them well. It was also at this moment that a huge commotion could be heard from outside the spirit mine. In the distant dense forest, 2 figures, a man and a woman, quickly flew over from afar. The man was carrying a bloody demonic beast on his shoulder. It was the martial ancestor realm red flame tiger. The woman was very charming, but there was a cold and vicious aura between her brows. It was hard to imagine that a woman could have such a strong, murderous aura. These 2 people were none other than Mei Lan and Bei Chuan, who had rushed over from afar after receiving the news. It turned out that they had been hunting outside and using the monsters to practice their martial arts. In the end, they had heard that Li Ba had rushed over to the spirit mine and seemed to want to interfere with the mining of the spirit mine. Therefore, they had rushed over as quickly as possible. When they saw that their respective Wu province's chief disciples had finally appeared, Chen Feng and Zhang Tian were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. Now that senior sister Mei Lan and Bei Chuan had arrived at the same time, let's see if Li Ba would still dare to be arrogant. Senior brother, senior sister, you're finally here. Chen Feng and Zhang Tian went up to them excitedly. What greeted them was Bei Chuan's disdainful gaze and insults. Two good-for-nothings. What did I tell you before we left? I told you to watch over the spirit mine, but you let Li Ba in. Are you afraid of him, but not me? Bei Chuan was very angry. As the chief disciple of the three Great Wu province, Mei Lan was a woman and posed no threat. Bei Chuan had treated Li Ba as his only competitor. In the end, not long after they had left, Li Ba had barged into the spirit mine. In Bei Chuan's view, this was undoubtedly Li Ba's provocation. How could he not be angry? Yi Fei, who had just walked out, happened to see this scene. Only then did he understand that Zhang Tian and Chun Feng had not dared to come in, but had been called out by the masters of Wu province in time. Even if they had made a mistake, they had immediately made up for it. In the end, they had still been insulted. Through this incident, Yi Fei could see what kind of person the chief disciple of Bei Wu province was. On the contrary, the silent Mei Lan surprised Yi Fei a little. This woman was not simple. Her strength was at the third level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, but she had deliberately concealed one level like him. It looked like she was at the second level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Of course, even if he saw the chief disciples of the two Great Wu province rushing over, Yi Fei did not panic at all. After all, his purpose of coming here was to fish in troubled waters and make trouble for the three Great Wu province. As long as the people who came were not the chiefs of the three Great Wu province or masters of the seventh level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, Yi Fei did not care. Therefore, he carried the bag and walked out of the spirit mine. At this time, Bei Chuan had already angrily slapped Chen Feng and Zhang Tian twice. When he saw that Yi Fei dared to walk out with a big bag, Bei Chuan's face immediately became extremely gloomy. He did not need to guess to know that the bag was filled with spiritual crystals. Li Ba, stop right there. Why did you take the spiritual crystals without permission? Didn't the three Great Wu province discuss that the spiritual crystals would be evenly distributed? Mei Lan was the first to stop Yi Fei. Her face was full of anger. If Li Ba had only taken one or two spiritual crystals, she could have tolerated it. However, no one in the Wu province would have allowed him to take away hundreds of spiritual crystals at once. On the other side, Bei Chuan suddenly stared straight at Yi Fei. Then his face changed greatly. He pointed at Yi Fei and shouted furiously, "No, you're not Li Ba. Everyone, be careful. This is a fake." "Nonsense. Are you crazy? You don't even recognize me." Yi Fei was extremely angry, as if he had been greatly wronged. However, he was secretly surprised. Where did he give himself away? How could Bei Chuan see through his disguise at a glance? Chapter 201. Beauty's Poison Trap. What? This Li Ba is a fake? Zhang Tian and Chun Feng were stunned as well. Then, as though they had thought of something, they suddenly broke into a run and dashed into the depths of the spirit mine. Mei Lan didn't care about them. Instead, she took a step back cautiously and stood beside Bei Chuan. Clearly, she trusted Bei Chuan more than the masked Yi Fei. Bei Chuan, is he really a fake? I'm sure that this is definitely a fake. No matter how well he pretends, he can't fool me, Bei Chuan. Bei Chuan, don't you dare slander me. Do you think I don't know that you've always had a crush on Mei Lan? That's why you're always targeting me and trying to attract attention. But you don't have to frame me. Yi Fei looked aggrieved and accused Bei Chuan. Mei Lan looked at Bei Chuan in shock. Even if she was a woman who killed without batting an eyelid, she still took a few steps back when she heard that someone had a crush on her. At the same time, she put some distance between Yi Fei and Bei Chuan. Suddenly, she looked at Bei Chuan with killing intent. Bei Chuan, you actually have a crush on me? Mei Lan was very cautious. I don't. I, Bei Chuan, have plenty of women. How could I have a crush on a vicious woman like you? Bei Chuan quickly denied it with a dark face. But as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Mei Lan was originally vigilant, but now her face was filled with hostility and killing intent. Bei Chuan, what did you say about me? I dare you to say it again. Mei Lan's face was cold. Although she was vicious, she hated it when people talked about her like that. Bei Chuan's words directly angered her. Mei Lan, I was wrong. I'll explain it to you later. But this Li Ba is really a fake. You must believe me. Bei Chuan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. This person in front of him was too arrogant. Not only did he pretend to be Li Ba, he even framed him and made him offend Mei Lan for no reason. If you don't believe me, ask him to take off his mask. Bei Chuan shouted in exasperation. Nonsense. Yi Fei was no fool. Have he take off his mask? Seeing that his words had already caused animosity between Bei Chuan and Mei Lan, Yi Fei had no intention of leaving. This was because he sensed a very strong spiritual energy fluctuation from these two people. Needless to say, these two probably had some treasures on them. Since they were already enemies with the three major Wu province, it shouldn't be a problem to rob them one more time. Yi Fei realized that he was a little addicted to looting. Suddenly, two blood-curdling screams that were even more terrifying than ghosts rang out from the spirit mine. Soon after, Zhang Tian and Chun Feng, who had entered the spirit mine to check, rushed out at the fastest speed they had ever done in their lives. Both of their faces were filled with immense rage. Senior brother Bei Chuan, you can't let Li Ba leave. Senior sister Mei Lan, this is bad. The spiritual crystals in the spiritual mine have all disappeared. Even the remaining spiritual veins have been completely destroyed. What? All the spirit crystals had disappeared, and even the spirit mines have been destroyed? Was this really something that Li Ba could do? When Mei Lan heard this, she no longer cared about her small dispute with Bei Chuan. She immediately turned her cold gaze to Yi Fei. Li Ba, why did you do this? Take off your mask. That's right, take off your mask. Even though you're good at acting, you can't fool me. 3 days ago, Li Ba and I fought over a female disciple of Tianyin Wufu as a servant. At that time, Li Ba was only a first-stage martial arts grandmaster. 3 days later, he's already a second-stage martial arts grandmaster. How is this possible? Bei Chuan was very pleased with himself as he pointed out the most suspicious thing about Yi Fei. When he heard this, Yi Fei was instantly enraged. What did this person say? They actually dared to capture a female disciple of Tianyin Wufu as their plaything and even fought over her? At this moment, Yi Fei realized that the difficulties that Tianyin Wufu was facing were much more severe than he had imagined. He had originally thought that what happened to Bai Ling and Zhuang Ling was just a coincidence. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Not only were the three leaders of Wu province trying to snatch the spirit mine, but they had also started to attack the disciples of Tianyin Wufu. Many female disciples had already been humiliated by these people. It was no wonder that Bai Ling and Zhuang Ling had snuck out. They must have realized that something was wrong. The elders and the schoolmaster were being cornered by the three leaders of Wu province. Since the Wu province could no longer protect them, these female disciples had to save themselves. Three leaders of Wu province, you're courting death. Yi Fei angrily took off the ghost god mask on his face. Since his identity had already been exposed, there was no longer any need to disguise himself. Wearing the martial house's uniform and pretending to be Li Ba's voice, even if it lasted for a second, was not only dirty to Yi Fei, it was also extremely disgusting. Boom! The clothes on his body were instantly torn apart. Yi Fei put on the moon-white clothes of the Holy Land again. He held the bag in one hand and the hilt of the soul-devouring sword in the other. He stared coldly at everyone present. Everyone also looked at Yi Fei with incomparable shock. Then, many people's faces revealed huge, furious expressions. It really wasn't Li Ba. Damn it, they had all been fooled by this kid who came out of nowhere. This was the common shame of the three leaders of Wu province. What was even more unbearable was that this person in front of them had robbed the entire spirit mine of all the spirit crystals. This was intolerable. Everyone was furious. Zhang Tian and Chun Feng were so scared that they had already collapsed to the ground. They knew that they were done for. Not only had they allowed this fake Li Ba to enter the spirit mine, but the entire spirit mine had been robbed. If this news reached the ears of the three leaders, they would probably be scolded to death. Who the hell are you? How dare you come to the territory of the three leaders of Wu province and cause trouble? If you don't want to die, You'd better kneel down quickly and tell us everything about the spirit crystals you stole and who ordered you to come here. Don't leave out a single word." Beichuan was already furious. He strode forward with a strong, murderous intent. He locked his gaze on Yi Fei. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't determine where Yi Fei had hidden the thousands of spirit crystals, Beichuan swore that he would definitely charge forward and tear this person to pieces. Mei Lan was so angry that her whole body was trembling. On her delicate face, her eyes were glowing green. She stared intently at Yi Fei's face and then at Yi Fei's clothes. With just one look, Mei Lan turned pale with fright. "A disciple of the Holy Land. You're a disciple from the Holy Land who came out to train." "What? A disciple of the Holy Land?" Only then did Beichuan notice that Yi Fei's clothes had the symbol of the Holy Land. He was also shocked. How could someone from the Holy Land appear here? "What should we do?" Beichuan's murderous intent instantly turned into intense fear. He even took a step back hurriedly. If Yi Fei was just an ordinary sect disciple, it wouldn't matter if he was killed. However, if Yi Fei was a disciple of the Holy Land, not to mention Beichuan, even the entire Beiwa Wu province wouldn't have the guts to kill a disciple of the Holy Land in public. Beichuan, who had retreated, immediately retreated to Mei Lan's side and whispered, "Mei Lan, what should we do? Could it be that the Holy Land has also set their sights on this spirit mine? How is that possible? The Holy Land is a big family. Why would they set their sights on a small spirit mine? He must have happened to pass by and discovered this place. Then, he wants to fish in troubled waters," Mei Lan said coldly. She took one last look at Yi Fei. The green light in her eyes didn't fade. Instead, it became even more intense. It doesn't matter if he is from the Holy Land or not. The three leaders of Wu province must obtain this spirit mine. With these spirit crystals, you and I can also improve our strength. In the future, we will definitely be able to join the Holy Land like him. Mei Lan's voice turned cold. "Mei Lan, are you saying that if we kill him, he is a disciple of the Holy Land? Even if he isn't strong, if we kill a disciple of the Holy Land in public?" Beichuan was shocked. Although he knew that Mei Lan was a femme fatale, he hadn't expected her to be so vicious. She even wanted to kill a disciple of the Holy Land in front of the two prefectures. Mei Lan seemed to understand what Beichuan was thinking. A strange look suddenly appeared on her face. She looked at Beichuan coldly and said, "Who said that we were going to kill him in public? Besides you and me, is there anyone else here? As long as you and I don't say anything, who will know that we have killed a disciple of the Holy Land? Mei Lan, are you really going to do this?" Beichuan's entire back was emitting cold air. This woman's methods were too vicious. He vaguely understood Mei Lan's intentions. Unless you don't want these spirit crystals and don't want to join the Holy Land in the future, Mei Lan said coldly and didn't speak again. Beichuan, who had been a little timid, suddenly became spirited. His eyes couldn't help but emit a greedy red light. Chapter 202. 1 against 100 all right, Mei Lan, we'll do as you say. If this person knows what's good for him, we'll let him go. If he doesn't, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Beichuan's eyes instantly became as cold as Mei Lan's. The exchange between the two men only lasted for a moment. Then, Beichuan took a step forward and walked towards Yi Fei with a ferocious look on his face. Mei Lan also had a cold smile on her face. She pointed at Yi Fei with her originally sparkling and translucent fingers and said, "Surround him." "Yes, Senior Mei Lan." Upon hearing the order and learning that Yi Fei had ransacked the entire spiritual mine alone, the martial artists from Beiwa Wu province and Donghai Wu province were all enraged. They immediately blocked Yi Fei at the entrance of the mine, not giving Yi Fei any chance to escape. "What are you doing? I'm an inner disciple of the Holy Land. Do you dare to attack me?" Yi Fei didn't hide his identity. He also wanted to see how much of a deterrent the identity of an inner disciple of the Holy Land was to the Three Wu province. If the Three Wu province didn't dare to do anything to him, then the crisis in Tianyan Wufu would be easily solved. However, if these people dared to do anything to him, even though they knew he was an inner disciple of the Holy Land, then this matter would become quite tricky. "What? This person is actually an inner disciple of the Holy Land? It can't be, right? Then how are we going to attack him? When they heard that Yi Fei actually had such a powerful background, the numerous martial masters who had been planning to attack Yi Fei jumped in fright. Bei Chuan and Mei Lan's faces were so gloomy that it seemed as though water could drip from them. They exchanged a vicious look with each other. Mei Lan shook her head coldly and said, "Disciples of the Holy Land have nothing. This mine belongs to the 3 Great Wu Province. How can we let you take it all away? If you are willing to hand it over and compensate us for the loss of the 3 major Wu Province, we can still talk. What if I don't?" Yi Fei's tone was very tough. He had no intention of negotiating or compromising with the 3 provincial governments of Wu Province. This spirit mine was originally snatched from Tianyin Wufu by the 3 major provinces of Wu Province. Now, he was merely taking it back. He did nothing wrong. On the contrary, the 3 Wu Province had gone too far. Seeing Yi Fei's unyielding attitude, Mei Lan laughed coldly. A ferocious expression suddenly appeared on Bei Chuan's face as he said loudly, "Kid, do you really think that we won't dare to offend you just because you're a sacred land disciple? Don't forget, you're only a second-layer martial ancestor trash. What are you all standing around for? I suspect that this person is impersonating a disciple of the Holy Land and stealing the spirit mine. This is a crime that cannot be punished by death. If anything happens, Wu Province and I will take full responsibility." Bei Chuan ordered the martial artists around him. Roar! The martial artists, who had been hesitant to retreat a moment ago, suddenly felt their blood boil as they rushed towards Yi Fei. "Yes, Senior Brother Bei Chuan is right. The spirit mine is ours. We'll kill anyone who dares to take it. Who cares if he's a member of the Holy Land? Senior Brother Bei Chuan and Senior Sister Mei Lan are in charge. What are we afraid of? Kill! Kill! Die, kid! How dare you impersonate Senior Brotherly Ba and deceive us? We'll kill you right now." Zhang Tian and Chun Feng's eyes were red with anger. They had already committed a huge mistake by letting Yi Fei into the spirit mine. Now, their only chance to make up for their mistakes was to capture or kill Yi Fei. Therefore, these 2 martial ancestor experts rushed over the fastest. They couldn't wait to tear Yi Fei into pieces. This time, Yi Fei had really made them suffer a little too much. Is this the attitude of the 3 Wu Province? I've finally seen it for myself. This spirit mine clearly belongs to Tianyin Wufu. You guys bullied the weak and took it by force. Now you're saying that you're in the right. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kill. After all, he had already killed Li Ba. Yi Fei didn't mind killing a few more. He suddenly slashed out with the devouring spirit sword. 2 powerful sword lights instantly injured Zhang Tian and Chun Feng, who had rushed over and sent them flying backwards, blood spurting out of their mouths. Originally, he had thought that such a thunderous method would be able to kill his way out, even if it didn't scare these people away. However, the strange thing was that the surrounding martial artists, even though they knew that Yi Fei was very strong, still rushed towards Yi Fei as if their lives depended on it. All sorts of blade chi, sword chi, fists, and kicks rained down on Yi Fei. Hell's fire, frightening ghosts and gods. Yi Fei didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly set up a space of sword chi around his body. More than a dozen martial artists who rushed towards him were either killed or seriously injured by the invisible sword chi. However, they still didn't retreat. Instead, they emitted a crazy, killing intent. Even Zhang Tian and Chun Feng, who had been seriously injured at the beginning, let out beast-like roars and continued to rush towards Yi Fei. The goal of these martial artists was very simple. They wanted to use their advantage in numbers to exhaust Yi Fei to death. For this, they were willing to risk their lives. How is this possible? Yi Fei clearly noticed that something was not quite right with the situation of these people. Instinctively, Yi Fei looked towards Bei Chuan and Mei Lan. Bei Chuan and Mei Lan hadn't participated in this battle, so they didn't care. Even if these disciples killed Yi Fei, the casualties would still be extremely heavy. When he sensed Yi Fei's gaze, Bei Chuan sneered. Hee hee, Are the intersect disciples of the Holy Land that great? How dare you snatch the spirit mine of the three great Wu province? There's only one outcome for you, death. When he said this, Beichuan had completely forgotten that this spirit mine had been snatched from Tianyin Wufu by the three great Wu provinces' high-handed means. However, Yifei didn't care about Beichuan. What he really cared about was Mei Lan, the woman who exuded a sinister aura. Then, he noticed that Mei Lan was holding an open small paper bag in her hand. There were also specks of green powder floating in the air. So that's how it is. You actually use poison on your own people. Yifei finally understood why this group of martial masters had suddenly become so unafraid of death. They were acting like crazy people who had lost their minds and were trying to kill him without regard for their own lives. Everything had originated from the green powder that Mei Lan had released. It was obvious that this woman was an expert at using poison. What was even more vicious was that she hadn't used it on her enemies, but on her own people. Mei Lan's motive was very simple. She had planned to use the lives of over 100 martial masters present to exhaust them to death. Faced with the crazy attacks of so many martial masters, any other second-stage martial ancestor realm expert, even if they had come from a holy land, would definitely not have been able to escape death. It's a pity that you have met me. When he understood Mei Lan's plan, Yifei didn't panic. The corners of his mouth even curled into a faint smile. You want to use this method to kill me? It's still too early for you. Battle Demon Golden Body. Yifei shouted coldly as he finally used his full strength. The Battle Demon Golden Body made Yifei look like an ancient battle demon that looked down on everything. Chapter 203. Invincible fighting posture in the world of martial artists. There was nothing that strength could not solve. Even though Yifei was surprised to find out that Mei Lan was a poison expert, he still had a way to deal with her. So what if he was besieged by hundreds of martial masters? The golden body of the war demon could solve everything. When the battle demon golden body was activated, even Liu Debao, a 7th-stage martial ancestor realm expert, was unable to break through the defense of Yifei's golden body in a short period of time. It was even more impossible for the surrounding martial masters to break through Yifei's golden body. Even if they had already been poisoned by Mei Lan and had begun to go crazy, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were futile. Bang, bang, bang. When Yifei activated his battle demon golden body, the attacks of these crazy martial masters all landed on Yifei's body. Blades and swords slashed against Yifei's battle demon golden body, causing layers of golden halos to appear on his skin. At this moment, Yifei made his move. He swung the spirit-devouring sword. A cold light flashed, and countless lines of blood appeared in the air. More than a dozen martial masters who had approached Yifei had all been killed by his sword. Roar, roar, roar. Following that, a large group of martial artists pounced on Yifei from all directions, trying to grab Yifei and tear him into pieces. Get lost. The aura of a martial ancestor exploded, causing these people to scatter like waves. Yifei's face was cold as he stared at Chun Feng coldly. He held the long spear in his hand and stabbed towards Chun Feng's chest at lightning speed. Clang! Another loud sound rang out. Zhang Tan, who had already circled behind Yifei, had a fire dragon coiled around his arm. At the same time, he slapped his palm on Yifei's back. If it had been an ordinary martial arts Grandmaster Realm 2nd-level martial artist, faced with such a perfect attack from 2 martial arts Grandmasters, even if he did not die, he would have been severely injured. Yifei's lips curled into a disdainful sneer as he said, "Is that all you've got? Even if you become bloodthirsty, you won't be able to hurt me. Die." Puff! With a backhand slash, Yifei did not even look back. Behind him, Zhang Tian was already staring at him with bloodthirsty red eyes, his head flying into the sky. Die! In front of him, Chun Feng's eyes were red. It was as if he didn't feel any fear. He faced Yifei's heart and fired a shot. Boom! Yifei's clothes were instantly torn to shreds, but Yifei's body was still flickering with an intense golden light. Chen Feng's spear only left a white mark on Yi Fei's body. Because of Yi Fei's large strides forward, the entire body of the spear was bent and broken. In the end, Yi Fei grabbed the tip of the spear that had leaped up. When he passed by the man, he had already pierced the man's throat. Boom! When he saw this scene, Beichuan was so frightened that his face turned pale. Although Chan Feng and Zhang Tian weren't very strong, they were still martial ancestor realm experts. In the end, they hadn't even been able to exchange a single blow with Yi Fei before they had both been killed. In addition, Yi Fei had already killed a few more people. Out of the hundreds of martial masters present, at least half of them had been killed. Although the remaining half were still attacking Yi Fei in a frenzy, they couldn't even harm a single strand of Yi Fei's hair. Damn it, why is he so strong? How can he be so strong? Mei Lan, it seems like your plan has failed. After sacrificing so many martial masters, not only did we fail to kill this person, but we also offended the sacred land. Beichuan glared at Mei Lan furiously. If it hadn't been for Mei Lan's instigation, he wouldn't have had the guts to go against the sacred land. Furthermore, Yi Fei was so strong. It was obvious that Beichuan, the chief disciple, was so frightened that he wanted to retreat after seeing Yi Fei's invincible battle prowess. He even decided to flee immediately and return to Wu Province first. He would invite the experts from Wu Province to come up with a long-term plan. Beichuan immediately called out to Mei Lan. Mei Lan, let's leave quickly. This person is too strong. Given our strength, we might not be able to deal with him. Mei Lan's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Fei's strength had exceeded her expectations. However, she then sneered and said with determination, why should we flee? There are still so many martial masters here, and you, a second-stage martial ancestor realm expert, are here. Beichuan, go and stop him. Give me time to activate my secret technique. Mei Lan ordered Beichuan. When Beichuan heard this, he immediately said angrily, I am Bei Yu, the chief disciple of Wu Province. Why do you have to order me around? Beichuan's forceful tone couldn't hide his guilty conscience. However, when he saw Yi Fei walking towards him step by step, Beichuan was so frightened that his voice trembled slightly. Yi Fei immediately lost interest in Beichuan. He knew that this person was just like Li Ba, who he had killed. Both of them only had looks. There was only one person who was truly difficult to deal with, and that was Mei Lan. I'm very curious. You clearly have the strength of a third-stage martial ancestor realm expert. Why haven't you made a move yet? Do you think that you can exhaust me by relying on these martial masters? Yi Fei looked at Mei Lan in confusion. This was a woman with sinister means. Since she was determined to kill him, how could she only use these little tricks? Mei Lan stared at Yi Fei with an ugly expression. Yi Fei, I know you. I also admit that I have underestimated your strength. However, you have also underestimated my strength. I will let you know that you will pay a heavy price for offending the royal family. You remember the royal family? Yi Fei was a little surprised. He suddenly understood why this woman wanted to kill him so badly. It turned out that she had already recognized him. That's right. I'm a member of the royal family. Strictly speaking, Crown Prince Zhao Ji was very likely to become my fiancé. However, you killed him and also cut off my opportunity to join the sacred land of the demonic Tao and cultivate higher poison techniques. You destroyed my future, so I will destroy your life. Mei Lan said with a smile. However, her words were colder than the cold wind. Yi Fei nodded and didn't say anything else. He knew that since this woman had chosen to be his enemy, he couldn't show any mercy. Sword Chi soared into the sky. Yi Fei didn't intend to continue fighting with Mei Lan. He wanted to use thunderous means to settle everything. On the other side, Beichuan was also very shocked when he heard Mei Lan's words. He then reacted. Mei Lan, you actually used our Beiwa Wu province. So what if I did? Beichuan, do you think you can still resist? In the future, not only your Beiwa Wu province, but even Taishan Wu province and Tianyin Wufu will cease to exist. There will only be one Wu province in the entire Zhao city, and that will be our Donghai Wu province. Now, I order you to go up and hold back Yi Fei for me. Help me activate the secret technique and buy time. Mei Lan's face was ice cold. She didn't allow Bei Chuan to refuse at all. A strange tone came out of her mouth. When Bei Chuan heard this tone, his entire body trembled violently. He looked at Mei Lan in horror. "You actually poisoned me." Chapter 204. All schemes are exhausted hearing Mei Lan's words. Yi Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. It wasn't that he hadn't seen vicious women before, but it was really the first time Yi Fei had seen someone as vicious as Mei Lan, who was willing to sacrifice her companions and subordinates in order to achieve her goal. "However, do you think it's useful to deal with me with numbers?" A sword light soared into the sky. Yi Fei did not waste any more time. He simply ignored the martial master who was still pestering him and pointed his devouring spirit sword at Mei Lan with a faint demonic light. The attacks of these martial masters couldn't break through the defense of his battle demon golden body anyway. As long as Yi Fei reached Mei Lan's side, he would definitely win this battle. "Bei Chuan, what are you waiting for? Go up and use all your strength to tie him down. For me, give everything you have. Don't you have a crush on me? If you can die for me, you can die in peace." "Ha ha ha." Mei Lan let out a crisp and pleasant laugh, but her eyes were filled with resentment, just like the crown prince Zhao Ji, who cultivated the evil cultivation method. Cultivating the art of poison had long distorted Mei Lan's heart and soul. She was beautiful and charming on the outside, but her heart was like a poisonous scorpion. Bei Chuan, who had already been poisoned, finally lost all ability to resist. His eyes became the same as the other martial masters, filled with a strange blood-red color. Northern Mountain Hanxue. Strong cold winds began to appear around Bei Chuan, followed by snow and ice. Ice arrows, densely packed, smashed towards Yi Fei. The temperature of the air suddenly plummeted. Even the footsteps of the surrounding martial masters became sluggish. Many of the injured martial masters who had fallen to the ground were immediately frozen into ice cubes. "Very good. Bei Chuan, that's how it is. You guys hold him back. My secret technique is about to activate. Once I kill this inner court disciple of the Holy Land and take his head, the Empress Dowager will definitely be happy. She will definitely recommend me to enter the demonic Dao Holy Land to cultivate." Mei Lan's face was flushed, and her eyes were glowing green. She seemed to be thinking about the glory she would get after killing Yi Fei. Unfortunately, her beautiful dream was quickly destroyed. Yi Fei's cold voice came from the crowd of crazy martial masters. "Mei Lan, your methods are too vicious. I rarely kill women. You are definitely one of them. Kill." The resplendent sword light illuminated the surroundings. Yi Fei, despite the ice and snow surrounding him and the faint white frost on his eyebrows. However, Yi Fei's sword was still so powerful. His footsteps were still as firm as ever. "Die, Yi Fei. This is all your fault." Bei Chuan still maintained a trace of consciousness, but within that trace of consciousness, there was a strong sense of resentment. If it wasn't for Yi Fei, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state, being poisoned and manipulated by a woman. Since he couldn't resist Mei Lan, the only thing left for Bei Chuan was to kill Yi Fei. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. You want me to die with you?" Yi Fei smiled. Then, a faint layer of frost appeared on his face. He drew his sword. It was a very ordinary move. It was fast to the extreme and terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Space trembled slightly under this sword strike. The wind and snow that filled the sky completely disappeared, along with Bei Chuan and the remnants of the martial master's body. Devouring sword intent, Yi Fei was expressionless. He stared coldly at Mei Lan. "Have you activated your secret technique? I don't have much time left." People from the Three Wu province were everywhere in the 100,000 mountains. The battle here must have alerted the patrolling disciples. Yi Fei didn't want to waste any more time. Yi Fei held the sword dripping with blood and stepped on the ground full of shattered bones. Step by step, he approached Mei Lan. Every time he took a step forward, Mei Lan would take a step back. Sword intent. It's actually sword intent. Mei Lan couldn't believe that Yi Fei, who was only in the second stage of the martial ancestor realm, could actually comprehend complete sword intent. In the face of powerful martial intent, any secret technique would be useless. Without martial intent, she wouldn't be a match for Yifei. It was only now that Mei Lan realized how terrifying the man she was facing was. This man was too strong. He was so strong that he made her tremble in fear. It was laughable that she had wanted to scheme against Yifei. Mei Lan suddenly screamed. The scattered poisonous powder turned into a dense poisonous cloud in the blink of an eye and quickly enveloped the surroundings. Wherever the poisonous cloud passed, the vegetation would wither and everything would wither. Even the soil started to rot and turn the color of mud. Mei Lan didn't even dare to look back after releasing such a terrifying poison technique. She turned and fled, even though she had cultivated poison techniques and was in the third stage of the martial ancestor realm. But at this moment, Mei Lan didn't dare to fight with Yifei anymore. This man is too terrifying. I have to return to the Empress Dowager's side and think of a new way to please her and get her to recommend me to join the holy land of the demonic way. Once I've mastered the poison technique, I'll come back to kill Yifei and wash away my humiliation. As Mei Lan fled, she was still plotting in her heart. Even though her secret technique hadn't been fully activated, such an intense corrosive poisonous cloud would definitely be able to obstruct Yifei for a period of time, even if it couldn't kill Yifei. She could make use of this time to escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Mei Lan's coquettish face faintly revealed a sinister and complacent smile. Then, in the next second, a golden figure had already flown past her head. Mei Lan, do you think you can escape? Since you've killed so many people, you'll be buried with them now. Yifei waved his devouring spirit sword, and the sword light turned into a bright ray of light that swept past Mei Lan's fair neck. You actually have a flying technique? Mei Lan's eyes widened as she stared at the golden rock wings on Yifei's back. She had calculated everything and thought that she could play with everyone present in her hands. How could she have known that Yifei would have so many terrifying trump cards? The devouring spirit sword, the golden rock wings, and that almost invincible golden body defense. The more she thought about it, the more terrified Mei Lan was of Yifei. Empress Dowager, perhaps we were all wrong. We shouldn't have gone against this person. Mei Lan's face was filled with fear as her body fell limply to the ground. Chi. Then, a highly toxic cloud of smoke spewed out from her pores. Yifei was also a little shocked. This woman was too vicious. Before she died, she actually dispersed her poison technique in an attempt to take him down with her. The devouring spirit sword quickly flicked at Mei Lan's corpse, which was spewing out the poisonous cloud of smoke, and an embroidered bag fell into Yifei's hands. The golden rock wings flapped, and Yifei's entire body instantly appeared in the sky, hundreds of meters above the ground. It was also at this moment that Mei Lan's corpse on the ground exploded violently with a loud boom. The intense poisonous cloud instantly engulfed the surrounding 40 to 50 meters. Wherever the poisonous cloud enveloped, it instantly turned into a putrid, pitch-black quagmire. The strong poison caused all the vegetation within a 300-meter radius to wither. Yifei estimated that this place would become barren and become a highly toxic place in the next 10 years. Then, Yifei thought of the words that Mei Lan had said before she died. Chapter 205. Martial Arts Grandmaster 3rd Level. Was it that vicious old Empress Dowager again? Not only did she send someone to issue a kill order for him, but she also sent someone to kill him. She even wanted to use Mei Lan's vengeful mentality to deal with him. Looks like the Tianyan Wufu incident isn't as simple as it seems. Yifei's expression gradually became serious. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? He had just returned to Wu Province when such a thing happened in Tianyan Wufu. The three major cities of Wu Province had joined forces to force them. Bai Ling and Zhuang Ling had almost met with an accident and died with hatred. All of this seemed to be a coincidence, but it was too much of a coincidence. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Fei was horrified to find that all this might be a trap set up by the vicious Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager must have known that once I joined the Holy Land, she and the royal family would not be able to openly deal with a disciple of the Holy Land and the Yi family. Therefore, she changed her method and made it look like an accident. Only in this way can she continue to target me and avenge Crown Prince Zhao Ji. As Yi Fei recalled the events that had transpired since his return, he increasingly felt that all these coincidences might be hiding a conspiracy behind them. The only thing he didn't understand was why the old Empress Dowager would try so hard to deal with him. Was it just because he killed Zhao Ji, the current crown prince? Bang! Just as Yi Fei was thinking, the sound of someone falling came from the distant forest, startling him. He looked up and saw that it was the disciple who had treated him as Li Ba and had been running errands for him. Because this person was too far away, he had not been affected by the battle just now. Now, he was even planning to sneak away. Yi Fei immediately laughed. Suddenly, he landed in front of that person. "Senior brother, please spare my life. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I beg you, please spare my dog life." This person was scared out of his wits. Yi Fei's invincible battle prowess and the way he killed Bei Chuan and Mei Lan had thoroughly frightened him. "Get up. Did I say I was going to kill you?" Yi Fei had no intention of killing this person. He was not a murderous demon. The reason why he had killed them earlier was because those martial masters were all under Mei Lan's control. If he hadn't killed them, he might have been the one to die. Yi Fei had no choice but to take action. Now that the battle was over, Yi Fei no longer had the intention to kill the enemy. He pointed at the corpses on the ground and ordered, "You go over and search these people. Also, bring me the bags along the way." After all, there were over 100 martial masters and 4 martial ancestor realm experts here. With so many people, there would definitely be a lot of treasures on them. Yi Fei might not need these things himself, but they were what he needed the most to strengthen his family Yi. Of course, Yi Fei would not stand on ceremony. Thus, Zhang Xian directly ordered the man to collect all of the valuable items from the bloodstains and corpses on the ground, and the result was beyond his expectations. Not only did he find over 100 pieces of spirit crystals on these people's bodies, but he also obtained a large amount of elixirs, spiritual herbs, and other cultivation resources from the 2 Great Wu province. Finally, Yi Fei opened the embroidered pouch he had obtained from Mei Lan. He discovered that besides some highly toxic medicinal powder, there was also a stalk of yellow ginseng that exuded an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Judging by its age, it was at least 1,000 years old. Furthermore, it wasn't just one stalk, but 2. Besides the one in the embroidered pouch, Yi Fei also found another stalk on Bei Chuan's corpse. It's actually 2 stalks of millennium spiritual herbs. No wonder I sense such strong spiritual energy fluctuations on these 2 people. This is great. Millennium spiritual herbs have the effect of improving one's talent. I can give these ordinary elixirs to the ordinary members of the family Yi, but I can give these 2 stalks of millennium spiritual herbs to Uncle Jian to improve his talent. Yi Fei was very happy. In the family Yi, he was most grateful to Yi Jian. After his father died in the battle, if it weren't for Yi Jian protecting him and his sister, Yi Fei wouldn't have reached where he was today. If there was anything good on him, Yi Fei's first thought would be his sister, Yi Shanshan, and his second would definitely be his elder, Yi Jian. Go. Don't go back to Beiwa Wu province. These 20 spirit crystals are enough for you to establish your own family anywhere. Finally, Yi Fei looked at the disciple again. He picked out more than 20 bloodstained spirit crystals and threw them all to him as thanks for running errands along the way. Then he immediately turned and left. He had done too much this time. It was like snatching food from Tiger's mouth. If he didn't leave now, he would only be in danger if he stayed. Yi Fei was also very worried about Tianyan Wufu and the family Ye situation. Since he had already ruined the 3 major Wu provinces' plan to mine the spirit mine, he thought it would be better to rush back to Tianyan Wufu and check on the situation first. "Senior, you actually gave me so many spirit crystals?" The disciple looked at Yi Fei in surprise and gratitude. He was already very glad that Yi Fei didn't kill him. Now, Yifei even gave him a huge amount of wealth. The disciple didn't return to Beiwawu province. Instead, he fled directly into the depths of the Shirwan Mountains. After all, he was the one who brought Yifei here. Now that the spirit mine had been plundered and Beichuan and Mei Lan had been killed, he would be sentenced to death even if he returned to Beiwawu province. It would be better for him to flee to a faraway place and develop his own family. After I establish my family, I still have to make a long-life memorial tablet for Senior so that my descendants can always worship it. Only in this way can I express my gratitude to Senior Yifei. If Yifei thought about how his last-minute decision had allowed him to be treated like an ancestor of a certain family, he would definitely be speechless. Wasn't it just a few spirit crystals? Was there a need for this? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yifei was carrying 2 large bags filled with treasures. His entire body was rapidly leaping from tree to tree. Because there were still a large number of disciples from the 2 manors patrolling the 100,000 mountains, he did not directly fly in the sky. That would easily expose him. I reckon that it won't be long before the disciples of the 2 prefectures discover that something has happened to the spirit mine. They also have voice transmission talismans. If they send the news back to Tianyan Wufu, I wonder what will happen. It's a pity that the battle just now consumed a lot of my vital essence. I have to heal as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I rush back to Wu province, I won't be of much help. Hey, there's a cave ahead. That's great. Roar. Yifei ignored an ironback brown bear that was playing and basking in the sun at the entrance of the cave. With a single slap, he knocked out the top 10th grade martial master demonic beast. Then, he dragged the bear's huge body and blocked the entrance of the cave. Yifei carried the 2 large bags he had plundered and walked into the cave. He immediately sat down in a lotus position. Then, he took out pieces of spirit crystals and activated the Demon Emperor's Sutra, absorbing them frantically. Spirit crystals were indeed treasures of a higher grade than spirit pawns. The spirit energy contained within them was comparable to that of an Earth grade 6 elixir. After absorbing about 10 spirit crystals, Yifei felt that not only had his vital essence recovered, but his vital essence had also been replenished. Moreover, the powerful quintessential essence easily broke through his martial Tao barrier with a boom. Chapter 206. Chapter 26. 3 mansions suffer losses. It was just a simple recovery of the consumed quintessential essence. Yet it had directly broken through to the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. This was the terror of a 6th grade Earth rank talent. That breakthrough speed was something that even a 1st grade Earth grade warrior wouldn't dare to imagine. Yifei finally understood why Elder Tianyin and the others had shamelessly flattered the Ouyang Jie when they had first joined the sacred land. Who would have thought that the higher the quality of the Dantian, the easier it would be to break through the martial way barrier? Now, I have an entire spiritual crystal mine in my hands. If I were to absorb all of them, would I be able to break through to the martial honorable realm? Yifei was shocked by his own thoughts. Then, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. The higher the level of martial arts, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Most of these spirit crystals were prepared by Yifei to thank the old mansion master for taking care of his family Yi. Even if he really wanted to absorb all of them, he didn't have that much time. The alliance of the 3 major cities in Wu province is definitely not as simple as fighting for the spiritual mine. Only the old Empress Dowager is behind this. Then there must be a bigger conspiracy behind this. Now is not the time for me to cultivate in peace. I won't be satisfied until I see Tianyan Wufu and my family Yi safe. Yifei's eyes flashed with determination. Of course, there was another reason why he did not break through now. He was afraid that if he broke through too quickly, he might go berserk. After all, Yifei was no longer a rookie in martial arts cultivation. That day when he was drinking with Jing Wushou had told him that the quality of the Dantian was closely related to martial arts cultivation. The higher the talent, the easier it is to break through the barrier. On the other hand, the lower the talent, the higher the risk of breaking through the barrier. Senior brother Jing also mentioned that after reaching the martial ancestor realm, there is a risk of cultivation going berserk every time one tries to level up. The best outcome is to damage one's foundation, while the worst outcome is to fail and lose one's life. A 6th grade D-ranked Dantian is indeed powerful, but in the sacred area, it's only considered as an average talent. The chance of breaking through to the martial emperor realm is only 60%. In other words, there's a 40% chance that I'll die during the breakthrough. Recalling Jing Wushou's warning and the difficulties Tianyin Wufu was facing now, Yi Fei resisted the urge to continue cultivating. He picked up his bag and prepared to return to Tianyin Wufu to assess the situation. Of course, before he left, Yi Fei did not forget to grab a bunch of pills and stuff them into the mouth of the ironback brown bear as thanks for occupying its cave. Just as Yi Fei was about to leave, the disciples of Beiwa Wu Province and Donghai Wu Province finally felt that something was wrong. The smell of blood in the spirit mine was too strong. When the patrolling disciples gathered around the spirit mine from all directions, they saw a terrifying scene that they would never forget. Everyone is dead. Senior sister Mei Lan is dead. Senior brother Bei Chuan is dead. Senior brother Chen Feng and senior brother Zhang Tian's corpses are also inside. Who did this? All the elites of our 2 prefectures were gathered here. They were all killed and the spirit mine was looted. It's not just the spirit mine. Damn it. He didn't even let go of the corpses. All the good things were taken away. This is unforgivable. This is a public provocation to the 3 major Wu province. Inform the 3 prefectures immediately. We want revenge. We must find that bastard and take back the spirit crystals again. Seeing the bloody scene in front of them, many disciples present were so angry that their eyes turned red. Angry roars rose and fell one after another. Then, a disciple who went to collect the corpses suddenly remembered something very important. Strange, senior brother Li Ba also came to the spirit mine. Why didn't we find his body here? What? Li Ba's body is not found. Did he escape? How could he escape? The entire 100,000 mountain range has been sealed off by our Beiwa Wu province and Donghai Wu province. We didn't find out if he escaped. Oh no, this can't be the work of Taishan Wu province, right? The disciples of the 2 prefectures would never believe that over 100 martial master elites and 4 martial ancestor experts were all killed by Yi Fei alone. They were more willing to believe that this was a premeditated large-scale raid. The other party must have dispatched a large number of elite experts. Besides Tianyin Wufu, only Taishan Wu province could do all this and dare to attack the 2 major Wu province. Then, some smart people further thought, now that Tianyin Wufu was blocked in Sky Fortune City by the 3 major Wu province, the only one left with the ability and opportunity to attack the 2 prefectures was Taishan Wu province. Damn it, I understand now. Taishan Wu province must have betrayed us. They are cooperating with us on the surface, but they are secretly plotting to monopolize the spirit mine. It must be like this. There can't be a mistake. I swear with my brain that this must have happened. Poor elites of our 2 prefectures. They were all killed just like that. We can't let Taishan Wu province have it easy. These traitors, let's go out now and kill the elites of Taishan Wu province. Let these traitors know how powerful we are. The disciples of Beiwa Wu province and Donghai Wu province were collectively furious. Only a small number of calmer people felt that something was wrong. They tried to persuade everyone to calm down first. They didn't want to cause any misunderstandings before the matter was investigated clearly. As a result, these people were the first to be beaten up. The collective anger of the disciples of the 2 prefectures was not so easy to extinguish. When they found out that someone was against them, they immediately responded with a punch. Damn you, Zhang Ergu! Are you from Beiwa Wu province or Taishan Wu province? We suffered such a great loss. Even a spirit mine was robbed. If it wasn't Taishan Wu province, who else could it be? Li Xiaoming, you traitor, I really misjudged you. From now on, I will break off my brotherhood with you. Say, didn't you secretly seek refuge with Taishan Wu province and become a traitor too? Traitors must die. The disciples of Taishan Wu province must be killed. Brothers, follow me if you have the courage. Let's go out and kill those traitors of Taishan Wu province. Kill, 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 kill. With one person taking the lead, the crowd responded. The angry disciples of Beiyue Wu province and Donghai Wu province soon formed a team of hundreds of people and rushed out of the 100,000 mountains angrily. Along the way, they met all the patrolling disciples of Taishan Wu province. Without saying a word, they picked up their swords and sabers and rushed up with murderous intent. At first, Taishan Wu province didn't realize it and thought there was a misunderstanding. Thinking that Beiyue Wu province and Donghai Wu province were both very powerful, several elite martial arts masters of Taishan Wu province who led the team wanted to go up and explain. However, what answered them was the angry insults of hundreds of disciples of the two prefectures. Therefore, these elite martial arts masters were spat with saliva and phlegm all over their bodies and were accidentally cut a few times. Taishan Wu province was finally angry. Even if they were the weakest among the three Wu provinces, they were from Wu province after all. They also had their own dignity. Now, the disciples of Taishan Wu province all felt that their dignity was trampled on. As a result, all the disciples were angry. What the hell? We didn't do anything wrong. Why did Beiyue Wu province and Donghai Wu province kill us when they see us? No need to explain. Brothers and sisters, pick up your weapons and stand up. Fight with these two Wu provinces. There are no cowards in Taishan Wu province. Chapter 207. To vomit blood with anger. Strange, why haven't I seen a single disciple from Mount Tai in Wu province along the way? At this time, Yifei had already left the 100,000 mountains and was carefully heading towards the secret passage in Tianyan Wufu. This passageway was specially used in Wu province for escape. Only the core disciples and elders knew about it. As the person most valued by the old principal, Yifei naturally knew about it as well. However, what Yifei would never have thought was that the three Wu province disciples, who had already lost their minds due to the massacre at the spirit mine, were now fighting together. Naturally, the disciples of Mount Tai and Wu province were not in the mood to continue guarding against Tianyan Wufu. If Yifei had known about this earlier, he definitely wouldn't have returned to Wu province so easily. He would have definitely chosen to blend into the crowd again and take advantage of the chaos to kill a few elders and a few important figures from the three prefectures. He would have made sure that the three prefectures in Wu province misunderstood him. Outside the 100,000 Great Mountains, the disciples of the three prefectures were in a chaotic battle. Within Sky Fortune City, the three palace lords of Wu province were still leading a large group of martial ancestor realm masters, tightly surrounding Tianyan Wufu. The three governors were even more domineering. They directly set up a tea shed at the entrance of Wu province. They drank spiritual tea inside and got to know each other. At the same time, they despised Tianyan Wufu for being as timid as a mouse. Tianyan Wufu used to be the first Wu province, but now it was still forced into a corner by the three provinces and could only hide in the big array of Wu province like a coward. Seeing the mansion lord acting like this, the elders of the three manors who came along were even more arrogant. Every once in a while, they would scold Tianyan Wufu. Tianyan Wufu, you cowards! I, Beiyue Wildblade, am here. Tell your prefecture lord to come out and fight with me. Tianyan Wufu's reputation is undeserved. Since you don't dare to fight, then open the big array of Wu province obediently and surrender. Hearing these scoldings, the elders and disciples of Tianyan Wufu were furious. However, no one said a word. Everyone was suppressing their anger. After all, no matter how strong Tianyan Wufu was, it was impossible for them to fight against three Wu province at the same time. Patience. Everyone must be patient. As long as our prefecture lord breaks through the martial ancestor realm, we will definitely turn defeat into victory. Vice Mansion Master Old Wu controlled his anger and tried his best to calm the surrounding disciples and elders. Many of the disciples were relieved, but the elders remained silent. After all, it was not easy to break through to the martial honored realm and there was a great risk involved in it. If they possessed the spirit mind, then the old Marshall House master would have a 90% chance of making a breakthrough. However, the three great Marshall houses were also aware of this point. Therefore, they had decided to join forces in advance to occupy the spirit mine with all their might. The Marshall ancestor realm was nothing in the Holy Lands. However, in a mortal country like Zhao City, a Marshall ancestor was basically invincible. In the tea house, Tianyin Wufu remained silent in the face of all the insults. The Beiwei Prefecture Lord, Bei Changtian, East Sea Prefecture Lord, Feng Xinyang, and Mount Tai Prefecture Lord, Li Xiong, had a mocking look on their faces. Bei Changtian sighed and said, Tianyin Wufu is really declining now. 200 years ago, Tianyin Wufu was so glorious that they almost replaced the imperial family. Now, they are blocked by us and they dare not make a sound. Feng Xinyang said with disdain, this is the consequence of offending the imperial family. Tianyin Wufu is too strong. The imperial family has long been unhappy with them, but they still want to protect Yifei. They're just digging their own graves. Li Ba said with a fiery face, among the four Wu province, our Mount Tai Wu province is the weakest. Brothers, let's make a deal. After we have dug out the spiritual mine and destroyed Tianyin Wufu, you could divide the treasures among yourselves. But Tianyin City must be left to our Mount Tai Wu province. Ah, well said. Since Li Ba wants to take Tianyin Wufu, we will help you. Bei Changtian and Feng Xinyang laughed. Although Tianyin Wufu was protected by the Holy Land, it was only protected by the imperial family. It was to prevent the imperial family from bullying the weak and destroying too much of Wu province. However, the Holy Land did not restrict the fighting between the Wu province. This allowed the three Wu province to take advantage of this loophole. Even though the spirit mine hadn't been completely excavated and the Sky Fortune Marshall House was still resisting, the three Marshall House heads were already impatient to discuss how to divide up the Sky Fortune Marshall House. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, three sound-conducting talismans were delivered to the hands of the three patriarchs at a rapid pace. The East Sea Prefecture Master took a look at the voice transmission talisman and was so angry that he almost fainted. What? The spiritual mine was robbed? All the elites of our two prefectures, including the head disciple, were killed. The North Mountain Prefecture Master took a look at the voice transmission talisman and was so angry that he almost jumped up. What? This was done by the Taishan Wu province? You Taishan Wu province, how dare you try to monopolize the spiritual mine and kill all the elites of our two prefectures? The Taishan Wu province master took a look at the voice transmission talisman and was enraged. At the same time, he stared at his two companions and shouted, North Mountain Wu province, East Sea Wu province, what is the meaning of this? We agreed to destroy Tianyin Wufu together. Why did you order your disciples to kill the disciples of our Wu province? Hearing this, Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian's faces revealed a sinister smile. Feng Xinyang kicked over the table and roared, Li Xiong, you still have the nerve to blame us. You traitor, in order to monopolize the spirit mine, your son actually led people to kill all the elites of our two manors. Puff! Bei Changtian did not say anything. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The elites of the two prefectures, over 100 advanced martial masters, and 4 martial ancestor realm experts were killed in a single battle. How could Bei Changtian not be angry? How could Feng Xinyang not be angry? At the same time, they aimed their anger at Li Xiong. Both of them had an amazing, murderous intention. At the same time, they roared, Li Xiong, you say, did you do this? Hand over the spiritual mine, and we will spare your life. Boom! The anger of the two prefectures was terrifying. At this moment, the elders of the 3 prefectures received the news one after another. Everyone was enraged. In an instant, all the experts of the 2 prefectures surrounded the people of Taishan Wu province. The elders of Tianyin Wufu were confused. What was going on? Weren't the 3 prefectures of Wu province in an alliance? Why were there suddenly internal strife? Bai Ling and Zhuang Ling looked at each other in shock. Could it be that all of this was caused by Yi Fei? But he was only one person. How could he make such a big scene? My two senior brothers, please listen to my explanation. Since I, Li Xiong, have agreed to form an alliance with you, then even if I had 10 times the guts, I wouldn't dare to betray you or betray the royal family. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Please tell everyone to stop so that we can clear up the misunderstanding before anything else. Li Xiong was a bit smart. The most important thing was that Taishan Wu province was the weakest. At this time, he definitely did not dare to fight with the 2 prefectures of Wu province. Bullshit, Li Xiong. You killed all the elites of our 2 prefectures. Now you dare to pretend to be innocent here. I hate villains like you the most. Let me tell you, today we will not only destroy Tianyan Wufu, but also destroy your Taishan Wu province. Bei Chan Tian and Feng Xinyang did not listen at all. All the elites were killed, and the spiritual mine was looted until nothing was left. What kind of huge loss was this? What kind of shameless method was this? They were about to lose their minds because of anger. At this moment, a gloomy figure suddenly landed in front of them. Chapter 208. Crisis in Wu Province. Seeing that the 3 Wu Province were about to have an internal conflict, Eunuch Zhang could no longer remain silent. With a sharp voice, he stood in front of the 3 Wu Province. The 3 prefecture lords didn't dare to act rashly. On the surface, Wu Province seemed to belong to the Holy Land, but in reality, the 3 major Wu Province had already submitted to the royal family. No matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to disrespect Eunuch Zhang. That was because this old eunuch not only represented the imperial family, he was also a terrifying half-step martial honorable. If it wasn't for his disability and the imperial family's limited cultivation resources, this old eunuch might have already broken through to the martial honorable realm. Greetings to Eunuch Zhang. Bei Chang Tian and Feng Xinyang looked at each other and simultaneously lowered their heads in anger and unwillingness. Seeing the mansion master's actions, the elders of Beiwei Wu Province and Donghai Wu Province quickly stopped fighting and stood on both sides. Of course, the elders of Mount Tai and Wu Province were no exception. The appearance of this old eunuch shocked everyone present. This also meant that the imperial family had finally moved from the shadows to the light and was about to make a move against Tianyan Wufu. Not only was Tianyan Wufu the only one who refused to submit to the imperial family and the Empress Dowager, but Eunuch Zhang also had a grudge against Tianyan Wufu. Li Xiong, explain it to me. Eunuch Zhang looked at Li Xiong indifferently, even if Li Xiong was the governor of Wu Province in Mount Tai. Feeling the stare of Eunuch Zhang, Li Xiong's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he hurriedly explained, Eunuch Zhang, I am really wronged in Taishan Wu Province. I can swear that the spiritual mine was not robbed by us, and the elites of the 2 mansions were not killed by me. All the masters of Taishan Wu Province are here. It's not like you didn't see it. Li Xiong, are you still quibbling now? If you didn't do it, how could your son go back to the spiritual mine? Do you dare to call your son over for a confrontation? Bei Chan Tian roared. Why wouldn't I? I, Li Xiong, am not afraid of crooked shadows. Come on, call Li Ba over for a confrontation now. Li Xiong said very simply. He really didn't do such a thing. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid of a confrontation. Li Xiong's magnanimity surprised Eunuch Zhang, Bei Chan Tian, and Feng Xinyang. Could it be that this matter was really not done by Taishan Wu Province? But other than Mount Tai and Wu Province's elites, who else can dig out the spiritual mine in such a short time and take care of so many of them? Eunuch Zhang was also confused. Headmaster, something bad has happened. Young Headmaster Li Ba has been killed. We just found his corpse. Finally, bad news came from Mount Tai's Wu Province. A seriously injured elite from Wu Province had discovered Li Ba's corpse by chance and immediately rushed over to report. After saying this, the martial master simply lost too much blood and fainted. However, the news he brought was like a clap of thunder. It shocked Li Xiong so much that his face turned pale. What? Li Ba was actually killed? Who killed my son? Who did it in your 2 prefectures? Li Ba was furious. His blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian. Li Ba is actually dead. Could it be that the spiritual mind really wasn't done by Mount Tai and Wu Province? But if it wasn't Mount Tai and Wu Province, who else could have taken care of the elites from our two prefectures so easily? Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian discussed with each other. Eunuch Zhang was already so angry that he looked in the direction of Tianyan Wufu and shouted angrily, "No need to guess anymore. We have all been fooled. Saying Fan, you old man, you are indeed sinister. You pretended to be weak on the surface, but secretly sent experts to kill the elites of the three prefectures. Needless to say, Li Ba must have been killed by Tianyan Wufu." Mansion Master, another disciple, sent news that young Mansion Master Li Ba went missing when he was chasing after two female disciples. Perhaps young Mansion Master Li Ba had already been killed at that time. The one who entered the spirit mine must be an imposter. After all, those who stayed here were the elders of the three prefectures. They were not as impulsive as the disciples. Many of them analyzed the situation and guessed what had happened. We have actually been fooled by Tianyan Wufu. They pretended to be weak on purpose and then sent experts to empty the spiritual mind first. They even killed the elites of our two prefectures. What's worse is that they even killed all the chief disciples of our three prefectures. They also deliberately misled us and made our disciples kill each other. Don't kill anymore. Oh my God, we have suffered a great loss this time. Those who came here this time are the most outstanding disciples of our three prefectures. Many elders were so heartbroken that they were crying. They quickly ran to different places to persuade the disciples of the three prefectures who were in a killing frenzy. The three prefecture lords looked at each other, and they could feel the anger and killing intent in each other's eyes. Bei Changtian said, "The two of you, we originally wanted to snatch the spiritual mind first. However, it seems like we can only use all our strength to fight Tianyan Wufu head-on." Feng Xinyang laughed coldly and nodded. "All right. Those spiritual crystals are the key to breaking through to the martial honorable realm. No matter how many people die, we must get them. Taishan Wu Province, listen up. Attack Tianyan Wufu and kill everyone inside to avenge my son." Li Xiong was like a mad demon. He was so angry that he vomited blood. At the same time, he ordered the elders under him to attack Tianyan Wufu's protective array. Beiwa Wu Province, let's go. Donghai Wu Province, attack with all your might. Bei Changtian and Feng Xinyang also gave the order to attack at the same time. The three martial ancestor realm 10 experts took the lead and rushed towards the protective array not far away. All the disciples who were hiding in Tianyan Wufu were shocked. Although everyone had expected the three Wu province to attack, no one had expected the three Wu province to attack so suddenly. What was more worrying was Eunuch Zhang, the half-step martial honorable realm expert. "Zhang Haitian, you traitor. Back then, the honorable master had forgiven you. Not only did you betray the honorable masters, but you also brought your men to destroy Wu province." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the deepest part of Tianyan Wufu. Faced with the sudden attack of the three Wu province, the old prefecture lord, who was still in the midst of breaking through, could no longer sit still. In an instant, he rushed to the outermost part of Wu province's protective array. With the martial king's notes that Yi Fei had given him, the old prefecture lord's strength had increased tremendously. Bei Changtian and the other two who had rushed forward were frightened by the old prefecture lord's aura. They quickly retreated in fear. Martial honorable realm? Has Tsung Fan broken through to the martial honorable realm? Bei Changtian and Li Xiong were shocked. Feng Xinyang looked at the old prefecture lord with a complicated and fearful gaze. Then, the entire Tianyan city was filled with Eunuch Zhang's shrill, duck-like laughter. It's not that easy to break through to the martial honorable realm. Senior brother, if you have a large amount of spiritual crystals, you might have a chance to break through. If you only rely on the Earth spiritual pool in Wu province, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through to the martial honorable realm in your lifetime. Bastard, don't call me senior brother. I don't have such an ungrateful junior brother like you. I really regret it. When you humiliated the female disciples of the martial house, I actually took into account that we were fellow apprentices and pleaded for leniency on your behalf. I asked Master to only break your balls and not kill you. The old mansion lord's face was filled with anger as he appeared in the sky. His entire body emitted a shocking aura. Chapter 209. To never leave or abandon. When Eunuch Zhang heard the old mansion master mention the past, he seemed to have been provoked. His face twisted, and his eyes were filled with hatred. He charged at the old mansion master, saying, "Fan, shut your mouth. If you didn't report me back then, Master would have known about me. What's wrong with us playing with those female disciples? Aren't they having fun too? Because of you, Master actually castrated me. Do you know how great the humiliation is? You can only blame yourself for doing too much evil. Master is too benevolent. If it were me, I wouldn't have castrated you. I would have torn you into pieces." Boom! The old mansion lord's face was filled with anger. The moment he came out, he had already started fighting with Eunuch Zhang. The attacks of two half-step martial saints were absolutely terrifying. Just the aura that they unintentionally released had already caused the disciples of the three manners to turn pale, not daring to get close. Beichan Tian was shocked. Is this the strength of a half-step martial venerable? What kind of fortuitous encounter did old man Sang Fan get? He's only one step away from becoming a martial honor. Feng Xinyang coldly shook her head. Poor is poor. Offending the royal family and that sinister old eunuch Zhang, he will never be able to break through. Li Xiong nodded with a ferocious look. Yes, today I must destroy Tianyin Wufu and kill everyone inside to avenge my son. Kill! Bei Changtian and the other two sneered when they saw Eunuch Zhang obstructing the old mansion master. They did not attack the old mansion master. Instead, they attacked Tianyin Wufu's defensive formation. Boom! The combined attack of three martial arts Grandmaster LV-10 experts could easily crush a mountain. No matter how powerful Wu Province's defensive array was, it began to shake violently. Even without the elders of the three prefectures making a move, the three prefectures' combined forces would be able to break through the defensive formation in no time. Old Wu, Chun Chongfeng, and all the disciples and elders of Tianyin Wufu had ugly expressions on their faces. They had done their best. However, the combined strength of the three major cities of Wu Province was too strong. Damn it, he was so close to breaking through to Martial Venerable. If it weren't for Eunuch Zhang, that traitor who planted spies in Wu Province. Qin Changfeng was furious. He raised the huge sword beside him and was about to rush out to kill. Since we can't stop him, let's choose to die honorably in battle. More elders stood up from their silence and followed behind Chun Changfeng. Master, elders! Bai Ling and the other disciples of the martial house burst into tears. They knew that if the elders went out this time, they would definitely die. They were using their lives to protect Tianyin Wufu and their disciples. Don't cry. Wu Province can be destroyed, but the spirit of Tianyin Wufu cannot be destroyed. Remember, we are not cowards. Even if we die, we must stand straight. All elders, follow me to kill the enemy. All disciples, follow Her Highness and escape from here. Old Wu finally stood up. He was trying his best to maintain the operation of the array, but the attacks of the three major city governors were too strong. The array was on the verge of collapse. If they escaped now, some of the disciples present could still survive. If the array was destroyed, everyone present could only be buried together with them. No, I won't go. My grandfather is still fighting outside. The enemy who killed my mother is outside. Even if I die, I will fight until the last moment. Zhao Yu removed her veil, revealing her country-toppling beauty and bone-deep hatred. She had come in secret this time and had even brought a large amount of spiritual pills and spiritual herbs from the Holy Land with the purpose of helping the old mansion master break through to Martial Venerable. However, the old mansion master and Zhao Yu had not expected that breaking through to the Martial Honorable level would consume so much energy. Even after using up all the spiritual herbs and draining the entire Earth's spiritual pool, The old mansion master was still one step away from the martial honorable level. It was this step that determined the life and death of Tianyin Wufu. How could Zhao Yu leave at this time? Master, Elder, we won't go either. We are all willing to stay and live and die with Wu Province. With Bai Ling taking the lead, almost a third of the inner yard disciples and a large number of outer yard disciples all stood up. The most shocking thing was that none of the Wu Province servants ran away. Although their faces were full of fear, they all gripped the weapons in their hands tightly. Why aren't you leaving? Old Wu looked at these servants in surprise. The other elders were the same. These people were the most neglected and looked down upon group of people in Wu Province. However, all of them had chosen to stay. They were stronger than the disciples of the inner and outer yards combined. Because we don't want to embarrass senior brother Yi. That's right. We've been servants all our lives, but we've never been respected. We've only been ridiculed and despised. Only senior brother Yi Fei respected us. He was the one who showed us what it means to be independent. Rise of the servants. It was unknown who shouted, but all the servants roared at the same time. One person's voice was very small, but when thousands of servants' voices were added together, it was still very loud. Even the elders of the 3 prefectures who were attacking the formation outside heard these voices. They were stunned for a moment, but then they burst into laughter. Some of them laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Ha, did you see that? This group of trash actually said that they want to rise. I can't take it anymore. This is too funny. Tianyin Wufu is full of weirdos. No wonder it has fallen to such a state. Servants? In Wu Province, they're even more lowly than pigs and dogs. You have the nerve to say that you want to rise? Let's go in and make these servants kneel at our feet. The elders of the 3 prefectures were angry after laughing. A group of servants actually dared to stop them? If this matter was spread, wouldn't the servants of Wu Province turn the sky upside down? Damn it, after we go in, we must kill all those servants. That's right, they are just a group of trash. How dare they go against the 3 prefectures of Wu Province? The disciples of the 3 prefectures of Wu Province also roared. But soon, a wave of excited war drums came from the interior of Wu Province. A large flag with the word Yi fluttered high in the air. Yi Jian, Yi Bufan, Yi Chao, Zhou Guang, all the elders of the family Yi, and most of the members of the Yi League all rushed over from afar with swords and spears in their hands. Damn it, it's the people of the family Yi. That's the family of the evil demon Yi Fei. He killed the crown prince and joined the sacred ground. He actually became an inner disciple. Pass down my order. Except for Princess Zhao Yu and these small fries of the family Yi, kill everyone else. The 3 prefectures discussed while attacking the formation. They were not afraid that the people in the city might hear them. Yi Jian was angry when he heard this and was about to speak. Suddenly, a golden figure shot out from the back of the martial palace. It passed everyone and landed next to Chen Chongfeng and Old Wu. Trash, it said coldly. Trash? Let's see who the small fries are today. It's Yi Fei. It's senior brother Yi Fei. It's the young master. The young master is back. Everyone was shocked when they saw the golden figure flying in the sky. Zhao Yu was also stunned, which was rare. She smiled at Yi Fei. Weren't you in seclusion? Why are you here? Zhao Yu asked curiously. Why can't I be here? Don't forget, I also came from Tianyin Wufu. My family is here too. Chapter 210. Yi Fei's decision. The 3 major cities of Wu Province had gone too far this time. By now, how could Yi Fei not know that the 3 big cities of Wu Province were just using the spirit mine as an excuse? Their real goal was to destroy Tianyin Wufu. And the reason why Tianyin Wufu encountered all this was all because of him. It was because he killed Crown Prince Zhao Ji and asked the Wu Province to protect his family Yi. Old Wu, Elder Chun, fellow elders, I'm sorry. I've implicated the martial house. Yi Fei's face was as calm as water as he deeply bowed towards the elders of the martial house. If it wasn't for him, Tianyin Wufu wouldn't have been attacked by the other Wu province and faced the threat of extinction. Yi Fei's words caused everyone present to be stunned. Then, the elders all burst into laughter. Old Wu stared deeply at Yi Fei and said, Yi Fei, you don't have to blame yourself. Our Wu province has always had a long-cherished wish with the royal family. Your matter is only secondary. Even if we didn't protect our family Yi, the royal family wouldn't let us off. Chun Changfeng raised his huge sword and looked as if he was facing death calmly. To be honest, we in Wu province have long expected this day to come. Yi Fei, this old man has no other request. I only ask that you and the princess take the disciples who are willing to leave and leave this place. We will also help you buy time. No, master, I'm not leaving. I won't leave you even if I die, Bai Ling said firmly. Upon hearing the elder's words, many disciples shed tears and silently gathered around Bai Ling. In the end, all of the workers and members of the Yi League joined in. Yi Fei pointed at them, then looked at Old Wu and Chun Changfeng. Elder, you see, this is our determination. Since you're willing to sacrifice your lives to protect your disciples, why can't we bleed to protect Wu province? Yes, protect Wu province. Long live Tianyin Wufu. Boom. Yi Fei's words resonated with everyone. All of the disciples present raised their arms and roared. An astonishing battle intent appeared on their bodies. Then, everyone took a step forward and stood side by side at the outermost edge of the formation. This was also the place where the conflict was most intense. Outside the formation, the disciples and elders of the three prefectures were crazily attacking the defensive formation. With so many cultivators joining forces to attack, not to mention this defensive array, even if there were 10 arrays, they would not be able to withstand the combined attack of so many cultivators. But no one backed down. Even the disciples who were about to run away gritted their teeth and turned around to walk back. Boom! More and more disciples joined in, forming a human wall. They held hands and stood at the outermost perimeter of the array formation. Yi Fei could clearly see the fear on many of their faces, but what was even more frightening was that these disciples were willing to risk their lives to protect the martial house. Why are you doing this? You're all stupid. Hurry up and leave. The formation can't be maintained for much longer. Hurry up and leave. It doesn't matter if we die, but you're still young. Old Wu cried. Qin Changfeng also cried. Many of the elders present were also in tears. This was Tianyin Wufu, fighting against the heavens for luck. The disciples were still silent, but a shocking battle intent appeared on their bodies one after another. Boom! At this time, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the defensive formation of Wu province. It could collapse at any time, but this time no one retreated. Yi Fei took a step forward and held the devouring spirit's sword tightly in his hand. Everyone took a step forward and prepared for the final battle. Shocking battle intent rose up like an invisible dragon, roaring furiously. How can this be? The formation is about to collapse. Why aren't the disciples of Tianyin Wufu running away? Why are there still so many people who want to resist? They're crazy. Without a martial venerable, do they think that they can stop Tianyin Wufu's destruction with their numbers? Tianyin Wufu is indeed worthy of being the strongest Wu province. These people are crazy. The elders are crazy. The disciples are crazy too. The disciples of the three prefectures were shocked. They had the advantage in numbers, but at this time, when they felt the determination to fight to the death, many of them subconsciously stopped attacking. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear as they watched the disciples of Tianyin Wufu holding hands and protecting the entire Tianyin Wufu. It went without saying that the three progenitor lords saw this too. They were shocked too before they were enraged. Why should we stop? They're just a group of damn small fries. Continue to attack and break the formation. Kill them all. Li Xiong furiously rushed to the disciples who had stopped attacking. Boom, boom, boom. In the twinkling of an eye, those people had been smashed into meat paste by Li Xiong. Li Xiong's eyes were red, flashing ferociousness and hatred. Come on, kill all the people inside. Whoever dares to slack off will end up like this. Feng Xinyang also shook her head and looked at the two figures in the sky who were fighting fiercely. Tianyan Wufu is finished. Even if you are united and fight to the death, you have no chance of winning in the face of the overwhelming power of the three prefectures. It's still not too late to escape now. It was unknown whether she said this to the old prefectures or the elders and disciples of Tianyan Wufu. But these words and Li Xiong's bloody means still boosted the morale of the disciples and elders of the three prefectures. Bei Changtian seized the opportunity and sneered. He ordered in a deep voice, "Disciples of the three prefectures, listen up. Break the formation and destroy Tianyan Wufu. The treasures inside will be divided among all of you. You can enjoy the female disciples inside. Now, kill as much as you can. Kill everything that dares to resist the three prefectures of Wu province. The treasures and women will all belong to you." Roar! Li Xiong's bloody words, Feng Xinyang's encouragement, and Bei Changtian's promise instantly ignited the hidden bestiality and ferocity of the disciples of the three prefectures. They attacked even more crazily. Tianyan Wufu's defensive formation was getting more and more cracks. It was estimated that the defensive formation would collapse in less than 10 breaths. "Let's fight, even if we bleed to the last drop of blood." Chun Chongfeng's huge sword was erected like a huge mountain, as if it was going to cut through everything. Old Wu wiped his tears, and a whirlwind appeared on his body. The whirlwind was like a sharp blade and finally formed a shiny battle saber. Many elders followed the two of them. "Let's go!" Bai Ling and all the martial master disciples held the weapons in their hands tightly and subconsciously protected the martial arts disciples behind them. The outer disciples behind them were not willing to be left behind. They also moved forward and quietly protected the weakest servant disciples behind them. "Wait, don't attack first. I have something to say." Yi Fei stepped forward. In that instant, he had already made up his mind. Chapter 211. Crazy challenge. Yi Fei felt that he had to do something. Even if it was an incomparably crazy thing, he absolutely couldn't just stand by and watch. Tianyan Wufu should not be destroyed like this. Yi Fei. At this point, what else is there to say? Besides fighting, what else can we do? Zhao Yu walked over with a sorrowful look on her face. A line of tears rolled down her face like pearls. "If Tianyan Wufu is destroyed and my grandfather dies in battle, I, Zhao Yu, will not live alone. Let's fight for Wu province one last time." Zhao Yu's face was resolute. However, Yi Fei smiled. His smile was very clean and very serious. "Crazy woman, I've always misunderstood you. I thought that since you were a princess, you must be high and mighty. But in fact, you're very kind. Don't worry, Wu province won't perish. At least with me here, I won't let Wu province perish. Because you are here and my family is here. My duty is to protect it at all costs." "Yi Fei, what are you doing?" Bai Ling also walked up and looked at Yi Fei. Old Wu and Qin Changfeng also looked at Yi Fei. All the disciples looked at Yi Fei. All eyes were on Yi Fei. Some were doubtful, some were proud, and some were deeply confused. Yi Fei nodded slightly and smiled in response to these gazes. Finally, his gaze fell on Bai Ling, and he said very seriously, "Sister Bai Ling, do you trust me? You're my younger brother. Of course, I believe you." Bai Ling smiled. Her smile was bright and light. It was as if he didn't sense the broken protective array right in front of him. Yi Fei also didn't care about the disciples of the three prefectures who were rushing in like crazy. He just smiled and said, "That's good. Sister Bai Ling, I have a favor to ask of you. I will challenge the three prefectures later. What you need to do is to throw out a teleportation scroll at the most appropriate time." Boom! The surrounding people were all martial artists, so of course they could clearly hear the meaning behind Yi Fei's words. Yi Fei actually wanted to challenge the three mansion masters? What kind of crazy decision was this? "Yi Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? If you do this, even your identity as a disciple of the Holy Land won't be able to protect you." Old Wu was incomparably shocked. Zhao Yu also widened his eyes. Why was he doing this? Was he going to sacrifice himself to save the entire Tianyan Wufu? How was that possible? That kind of thing was simply impossible to do. No, I don't agree. If you insist on going, I'll go with you. Zhao Yu looked at Yi Fei seriously. Bai Ling suddenly thought of something. Her voice trembled as she said, Yi Fei, you don't tell me you want to. Hee, Sister Bai Ling, you know me best. Now that things have come to this is the only way. Sister Bai Ling, please. Yi Fei's lips curled into a sinister smile. The moment the protective array was shattered, the golden rock wings carried him to the forefront of the Three Wu province's airspace. Three mansion masters. Who dares to fight me? Yi Fei roared loudly. Dazzling sword light swept down like a waterfall. The expressions of the dozen elders from the three mansion masters, who were the fastest, changed drastically as they frantically retreated. They could feel the terrifying power contained in Yi Fei's sword. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, 10,000 swords chimed in unison. Everyone present, including those who used swords, could feel that their swords seemed to be out of their control. They wanted to fly out of their hands and submit to Yi Fei. The sovereign descends to 10,000 swords. Oh my God, this is true sword intent. This Yi Fei is indeed as terrifying as the rumors say. No wonder he was able to become an inner disciple the moment he joined the Holy Land. What did he just say? He wants to challenge the three mansion masters. This madman, this crazy demon. Boom. The moment the sword intent appeared, the three mansion masters were shocked. The disciples who were still in a frenzy stopped in their tracks and didn't dare to take another step forward. Everyone was shocked by Yi Fei's strength. They were also afraid of Yi Fei's identity as a disciple of the Holy Land. In Zhao City, the Holy Land was incomparably sacred. It was an existence that couldn't be offended even more than the royal family. Yi Fei, don't go overboard. This is a grudge between the Four Wu province. Even the Holy Land can't control us. What right do you have to interfere? Bei Tian was furious. He looked down on Yi Fei. You're just lucky to have obtained the inheritance of the evil demon Sword King. If it wasn't for that, how could a trash like you be able to comprehend sword intent and become an inner disciple of the Holy Land? In my eyes, you're nothing but a piece of shit. Do you really think you can challenge us, three prefecture lords? A cold smile flashed across Feng Xinyang's face. She suppressed her anger and said, Little brother, don't make a mistake. The reason why we didn't kill you is because of the Holy Land. Maybe you'll become stronger in the future, but right now, you're not qualified to talk to us. Li Xiong roared furiously. How dare you? Trash is trash. Even if you join the Holy Land, you can't change the fact that you came from a poor village. If you didn't join the Holy Land, I would have slapped you to death. What are you waiting for? Get out of here now. Kill. The attitude of the three mansion masters was undoubtedly the signal to attack. Old Zhang and the disciples of the three mansion masters were filled with murderous intent again. They wanted to go past Yi Fei and kill the people of Tianyan Wufu. Get lost. Whoever dares to take a step forward, don't blame my sword for being merciless. The sword light on Yi Fei's body intensified. A huge and terrifying black hole appeared directly above Yi Fei, like a black sun. The disciples of the three mansion masters were frightened and stopped in their tracks. Everyone's heart was filled with grievance and anger. This brat was so arrogant that it made people's hair stand on end. Yi Fei, you deserve to be killed. This is the last time. Get out of our sight. Bei Tian was furious. We don't dare to kill the disciples of the Holy Land. But if you provoke us, the Holy Land won't blame us. Feng Xinyang said coldly. What an arrogant bastard. Since he wants to die, we'll fulfill his wish. Kill this trash and his so-called Yi Alliance. Li Xiong was the most furious. He raised his hand and slapped Yi Fei away as if he was swatting a fly. Pa! Yi Fei didn't say anything. He took the lead and threw something at Li Xiong's face. Li Xiong subconsciously caught it, and his eyes turned red. This is my son's identity token. How did it fall into your hands? It's simple. I killed Li Ba. He tried to humiliate the female disciples of Wu Province. Killing this kind of bastard is letting him off easy. Pa! It was like an invisible slap. Li Xiong's body trembled, and he was fuming with anger. He couldn't help but let out an earth-shattering roar. Good. Even if my son played with a few women to death, it was because he was young and immature. It's enough to teach him a lesson. You actually killed him. Yi Fei, even if you were a disciple of the Holy Land, I won't let you off today. Huh. Chapter 2:12. Get it your all boom. Yi Fei's actions once again shocked everyone present. The disciples and elders of the three manors all felt that Yi Fei was simply too arrogant and too conceited. Not only did he throw something at the Mount Tai Prefecture's prefecture chief, he even dared to throw something at the East Sea Prefecture's prefecture chief. Feng Xinyang was also a little surprised. When she saw clearly what Yi Fei had thrown at her, her whole body trembled. It's actually a spirit crystal. Why do you have a spirit crystal on you? Feng Xinyang's voice became sharp. Yi Fei did not try to hide anything. He looked directly at Feng Xinyang and sneered. You must be surprised, right? These spirit crystals were all dug out from the spirit mines that you all occupied. The entire spirit mine is with me. What? You actually killed Li Ba and then pretended to be Li Ba to enter the spirit mine and steal the spirit crystals? Bei Chang Tian was also extremely shocked. That's right, I did it. Not only spiritual crystals, all the elites in Beiwu Province and Donghaiwu Province, including Mei Lan, Bei Chuan, Zhang Tian, and Chun Feng, were all killed by me, Yi Fei said loudly. Everyone was shocked. Everyone, including the elders and disciples of Tianyin Wufu, looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. It was all done by him, all by himself. Yi Fei! Yi Fei! The disciples of Tianyin Wufu roared and cheered. They felt that Yi Fei had done a great job. He had simply helped everyone vent their resentment. Even if they were to die in battle right now, they would be willing to do so. The three great cities of Wu Province. You will also have such a day. So what if you join forces? Even if our Tianyin Wufu is destroyed, it's still better than you being the royal family's henchman. Old Wu, Chun Chong Feng, and the other elders also showed a relieved smile. During this period of time, they had been oppressed by the three Wu province and had accumulated a huge amount of resentment. Yi Fei's crazy looting was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the three Wu province and a great encouragement to everyone present. Only Zhao Yu, Bai Ling, Yi Jian, and a few others who knew Yi Fei well knew why Yi Fei did this. Yi Fei, are you trying to infuriate the three prefecture lords? Why are you doing this? Or do you really have a way to deal with the three prefecture lords? Zhao Yu couldn't think of it, nor did he dare to think about it. Bai Ling's face was filled with worry. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white and started to hurt. She didn't even notice it. Roar! Bei Chang Tian, likely Xiong, roared furiously. Yi Fei, you're good. You're very good. I didn't expect the three Wu province to be fooled by trash like you. Hand over the spiritual crystals, and we might spare your life. Spare my life? Prefecture lords, are the three of you stupid? Things have come to this point. If you don't perish, Tianyin Wufu will. The three of you, come out and fight with me. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Fei's golden rock wings flapped violently as he walked towards the three prefecture lords. A huge black hole floated above his head before Yi Fei threw it out with a swing of his sword. Devouring sword intent. It enveloped the three prefecture lords at the same time. Crazy. Completely crazy. All the disciples of the three prefecture lords who saw this scene trembled in fear. It was already crazy for a martial ancestor realm 3rd level to challenge a martial ancestor realm 10th level. And now, Yi Fei had brought this sort of madness to the extreme. That lunatic, he actually dares to challenge the prefecture lords, and all three of them at the same time. When the elders of the three prefectures saw what was happening, their voices began to change. In the history of Wu Province, there had never been such a crazy scene. Even the evil Sword King, Zhao Qianjun, had not dared to be as crazy as Yi Fei when he was a martial ancestor realm 3rd level. Demon, you're a complete demon. Trash, Zhao Zhao, It was an accident that Zhao Qianjun appeared. Do you think you can become the evil Sword King just because you have his inheritance? Bei Changtian was furious. Even though Yi Fei was a disciple of the sacred land, Yi Fei's actions still made Bei Changtian want to kill him crazily. Over 100 elites and 4 martial ancestor realm disciples. Such a force would take at least a few decades to develop. Yi Fei, you actually destroyed all of them. The East Siwu province will not forgive you. Feng Xinyang was so angry that blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. The East Sea Prefecture Lord knew that she could not hold back anymore. If the news of the Three Wu province being defeated by one person and killing each other in the end spread out, the Three Wu province would suffer the same humiliation as 200 years ago. That was a humiliation that the Three Wu province could not bear. The evil Sword King in Zhao City was enough to embarrass the Wu province. There cannot be a second evil Sword King. Kill! Yi Fei, you vile spawn! How dare you kill my son? This old man will not rest until you are dead. Take your life. This old man will take your life. The Mount Tai Prefecture Lord was the first to make a move because he was the most severely injured and hurt the most. Li Xiong was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. In the end, the smoke turned into a huge, bloody mouth. He opened his mouth and swallowed Yi Fei's devouring sword essence. Even without the devouring sword essence, the Mount Tai Prefecture Lord's strength as a 10th-stage martial ancestor realm expert was revealed. Even the devouring sword essence could not withstand a single blow from the Mount Tai Prefecture Lord. Kill! We can't let Yi Fei grow. Bei Changtian and Feng Xinyang looked at each other and felt each other's strong killing intent. Whether it was for the dignity of the Wu province or for Yi Fei's talent, the Three Wu province could not let Yi Fei continue to grow. North Mountains suppressing the sky. Boom! Boom! The air shook. Bei Changtian roared and his true essence condensed into a snowy mountain that weighed 10,000 pounds. It pressed down on Yi Fei mercilessly. Clear sky and blue sea. Feng Xinyang's entire body was covered in a strange light. Layers of waves were already surging in the sky like a long river, flowing in the sky and once again surrounding Yi Fei. Sword Qi rushed to the sky. Yi Fei's expression was indifferent. He suddenly became one with his sword. He was like an indestructible sword that could cut through anything. He actually managed to cut the surrounding river in half. How is this possible? Feng Xinyang's expression changed. Bei Changtian's expression changed. Li Xiong's expression changed too. Everyone looked up at the sky, and their hearts were filled with shock. Yi Fei had shattered the attack of a 10th-stage martial ancestor realm expert with a single strike. Although they knew that Yi Fei was talented, his talent and strength still shocked everyone. He was only a 3rd-stage martial ancestor realm expert, but he could block the attack of a 10th-stage martial ancestor realm expert. Although Feng Xinyang did not use her full strength, it still made Bei Changtian and Li Xiong want to kill him. Kill him. We can't let him grow. Bei Changtian roared coldly. He was afraid that a snowy mountain would not be able to kill Yi Fei, so he condensed another one. The 2 snowy mountains were like 2 heavenly hammers that smashed down on Yi Fei's body. He won't grow. How dare he kill my son? I will take his head now. Li Xiong was even crazier. He did not care about the snowy mountain and charged towards Yi Fei. Chapter 213. The style of that sword, devouring sword essence. Yi Fei was still not afraid. So what if it was one of the 3 biggest provinces in Wu province? As long as he was still breathing, he would protect this place. It was not because of the Wu province itself, but because there were people he cared about and people who cared about him. As long as he knew that, it was enough. Boom! Above Yi Fei's head, a huge black hole appeared again. It quickly swallowed Li Xiong's 5 shadows of ghosts and deities and Bei Changtian's ice and snow mountain. Bei Changtian sneered. He slowed down the speed of the snowy mountain so that he could see Yi Fei's expression of despair. Roar! The 5 ghosts and deities roared angrily. Under the control of Li Xiong, they suddenly merged into one and turned into a huge ghost like a mountain deity. It opened its mouth and swallowed the black hole in front of it. You actually swallow my sword intent. Martial Ancestor Realm 10th Layer. You are indeed not someone I can deal with now. Yi Fei revealed a trace of regret and a bitter smile. It was not that the devouring sword essence was not strong, but that the difference between his realm and the Taishan Prefecture Masters was too great. At the Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm 3rd Realm, the power of the sword essence that he could unleash could only allow him to match a Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm 9th Realm Warrior. If he were to face the governor of Wu Province, who was in the 10th level of the Martial Grandmaster Realm, there would be a slight difference. It was this slight difference that determined the gap between the two of them. Ha ha ha! No matter how much a genius you are, in front of an absolute gap in cultivation, you are destined to fall. Yi Fei, you're finished. Go down and be buried with my son. Li Xiong's face was full of killing intent. After swallowing Yi Fei's sword intent, the ghost god he controlled was weakened a lot. But Li Xiong still controlled it angrily and bit Yi Fei's throat. He wanted to see with his own eyes how the ghost tore the person in front of him apart bit by bit. Yi Fei, you're finished. Your biggest mistake was infuriating us. Bei Chan Tian also appeared in front of Yi Fei. The huge mountain suddenly overlapped and became even bigger, wanting to suppress Yi Fei. You want to kill me? You're still lacking. Blood leaked out from Yi Fei's mouth. Facing two 10th layer martial ancestor realm experts, regardless of how strong he was still forced to spit out a mouthful of blood due to the auras of Li Xiong and Bei Chan Tian, causing his golden body to shatter. Yi Fei, you're finished. Such a good genius. Why didn't you appear in my eastern Siwu province? Feng Xinyang's face was filled with regret and anger. In an instant, she appeared behind Yi Fei and a water ribbon appeared in her hand. Like a tumbling waterfall, it completely sealed off all possible escape routes for Yi Fei. Die! The three Lord Prefects spoke at the same time. They were about to join forces and kill Yi Fei. However, there wasn't fear on Yi Fei's face. Instead, there was a victorious smile. I'm close enough. It's time to use that move. Three great martial houses. Do you really think you could defeat me? Take this. Heaven-bearing sword. Boom, boom, boom. The spirit-devouring sword was accompanied by the sound of thunder. It could be seen how fast and ferocious the sword was. Yi Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. At the same time, he swung the sword at the three Lord Prefects. This sword was earth-shattering. This sword was called Heavenly Fairy. This sword strike was so stunning. The whole world seemed to tremble slightly under this sword. The three Lord Prefects were shocked. Their bodies seemed to have frozen under this sword. What a terrifying sword. If the one who used this sword was an expert like us. Bei Changtian's face was filled with fear as he stared blankly at the shattered mountain in front of him. Heaven rank? No. Even a heaven rank expert wouldn't be as terrifying as this sword. Feng Xinyang's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She couldn't believe that a junior of the martial ancestor realm could wield such a magical sword. Why can't I move? It's so close, so close. It's as if the heavens and earth are rejecting us, preventing us from approaching that son of a bitch. Li Xiong was so furious that he vomited blood. Three Lord Prefects had teamed up against the junior, but in the end, they were unable to approach him due to his single sword. Even the heavens and earth were rejecting them. How embarrassing was this? How maddening was this? What was even more terrifying was that Yi Fei's strike had yet to be completed. He was still brandishing his sword with great force. He was very attentive and desperate. However, the sword was being swung extremely slowly. It was as if Yi Fei was not swinging a sword, but the heavens and earth, a law of nature. How terrifying! The three Lord Prefects were astounded and terrified when they saw Yi Fei slowly swinging his sword. Following this, none of them dared to show mercy. Everyone, let's give it our all and burn our blood. Even if it means sacrificing our lifespan, we can't let him finish the sword. Kill! In the sky, three shocking blood and chi fluctuations appeared, as if three blood dragons were roaring. No one had expected the three Lord Prefects to give it their all against a junior. There was an uproar. Amidst this uproar, Yi Fei's tired and calm voice was heard. "Senior Sister Bai Ling, do it." Swoosh! A huge white light shrouded the entire space as Yi Fei's voice sounded. Bai Ling, who had been waiting for this moment, immediately opened a teleportation scroll and threw it into the sky. It's a teleportation scroll? Is this kid crazy? Does he think that by teleporting us away, he can prevent the destruction of Tianyan Wufu? Naive kid. With our strength, no matter how far we are teleported, we can rush back in an hour. Do you think this will work? The three Lord Prefects were furious and puzzled. They could not understand Yi Fei's true motive. Yi Fei did not explain. With a smile on his face, he said in a soft tone, "Lord Prefects, don't be mad. I'll bring you to a fun place soon." Bang! The white light from the teleportation scroll instantly shrouded the four of them. If Yi Fei had not executed the heavenly burial sword, the three Lord Prefects would not have been teleported away with their strength and cultivation. However, it was different now. Facing the rejection of the heavens and earth, even a 10th-layer martial ancestor realm expert would feel like they had fallen into a quagmire, as if they were being rejected by the heavens and earth. At this moment, the three Lord Prefects were trying their best to break free from the suppression. At this moment, there was no way for them to escape from the range of the white light. No. Following the furious roars of Bei Changtian and Li Xiong, the white light in the sky disappeared instantly. Similarly, Yi Fei and the three Lord Prefects disappeared too. Bang! Faced with this strange scene, the disciples of the three Lord Prefects were stunned. However, the elders of the three Lord Prefects burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! I thought that Tianyan Wufu was capable of something. Do you think that you can teleport our Lord Prefects far away? The range of the teleportation scroll is at most 10,000 meters. Given our Lord Prefect's strength, it will not take more than an hour to fly back." The elders of the East Si Wu province burst into laughter. "Tianyan Wufu is too funny. Yi Fei must be out of his mind. However, it's good that he is gone. Now, we can kill those who dare to resist us without hesitation." The elders of the Beiwei Wu province were filled with murderous intent. Avenge our young Lord Prefect, kill our way in, and snatch our treasures and women. The elders of the Taishan Wu province roared. Chapter 214. Master set out. What? Demon Ceiling Tower? Bai Ling's words were like an invisible hammer that hammered the hearts of the three great Wu province disciples. Perhaps those disciples didn't know what kind of place the Demon Ceiling Tower was. However, the three elders of Wu province knew exactly how terrifying the Demon Ceiling Tower was. It had existed for 3,000 years, and its history was even longer than that of Emperor Zhao. In the past, countless masters from sects, Wu province, and sacred grounds had tried to uncover the secrets of this demonic pagoda, but they had all failed. Regardless of whether it was a martial ancestor, a martial honorable, or a martial king, as long as they entered, they would not be able to leave. Who would have thought that Yi Fei would be so crazy as to use himself as bait to move the three palace masters into the terrifying Demon Ceiling Pagoda? Man or head, that goddamn Yi Fei, he's so ruthless and vicious. It doesn't matter if that brat wants to die, but he actually dares to drag us, the three provincial governors of Wu province, into the prison together. The disciples and elders of the three major Wu province were all shocked. Many elders were so angry that they even shed tears. They felt that Yi Fei was simply a lunatic. Not only did he go crazy on his own, he even forced the three prefecture lords of Wu province to go crazy with him. One had to know that the three prefecture lords were the most powerful forces in Wu province. 200 years ago, Zhao Qianjun had killed many of the prefecture lords and elders of the Wu province, causing the Wu province's continuous decline, and eventually came under the control of the imperial family. Now that 200 years had passed, Yi Fei's behavior was even more despicable than the evil Demon Sword Kings. He directly brought the three Lord Prefects into the Demon Ceiling Tower. where they could only enter but not leave. They couldn't even organize a rescue team. How could the elders of the three major Wu province not be angry? How could they not go crazy? Even if they destroyed Tianyin Wufu, they would not be able to make up for their losses. Moreover, they might not be able to destroy it now. After all, Tianyin Wufu used to be the most powerful Wu province. Other than the old governor, who was a half-step martial venerable, Old Wu was also a 10th-stage martial grandmaster. As long as the three manor heads were teleported into the demon ceiling pagoda, then Old Wu would definitely be the strongest person here. No one would have thought that this would happen during the attack on Tianyin Wufu. What was supposed to be an overwhelming advantage was actually turned around by Yi Fei in an instant. Without their prefecture lord, the three major Wu province began to fall into chaos and fear. On the other hand, Tianyin Wufu was instantly pulled back from the brink of destruction by Yi Fei, turning the tide. Tianyin Wufu's elders were all shocked. Then, a faint sadness appeared on each of their faces. Since ancient times, people had entered the Devil's Ceiling Tower but never came out. Only death. Yi Fei, he's using his life to save our Tianyin Wufu. Old Wu was already in tears. A tear also rolled down from the corner of Zhao Yu's eyes. What? Yi Fei entered the Devil Ceiling Pagoda? That Devil's Ceiling Pagoda, where people entered but never came out. No, Yi Fei can't die. Everyone in our family Yi can die, but only Yi Fei can't die. He's the hope of our family Yi. If Yi Fei dies and Yi Shanshan returns in the future, how am I supposed to tell her about this? Yi Jian's face turned pale. Suddenly, Yi Jian made up his mind. With a resolute expression, he said, Yi Jian, don't care what Devil's Ceiling Pagoda is. Even if it costs me my life, I will save Yi Fei. Yi Jian turned around and left. Yi Chao and Zhou Guang behind him looked at each other and followed closely behind. I'm going too. Zhao Yu looked at the sky. Her grandfather was already deep in the clouds. Then, she looked at the chaotic Three Wu province in the distance. Suddenly, Zhao Yu decided that she would also go to the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda. Even if she was trapped inside, she could at least personally thank Yi Fei. However, one person hurriedly stopped Zhao Yu, Yi Jian, and some of the impulsive elders. Bai Ling smiled and said, Master, elders, Senior Yi Jian, and Your Highness, you don't have to worry. There's a reason why Yi Fei dared to trick the three manor heads into the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda. It's because Yi Fei and I have entered the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda before. Boom! Bai Ling's voice wasn't loud, but Yi Jian and Zhao Yu were shocked when they heard this. Old Wu and Chun Changfeng were even more shocked. People had actually come out of the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda, which was known as the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda, and these two people were just two juniors. My God, no wonder Yi Fei would lure the three manor heads into the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda. What secrets are there? Chen Changfeng muttered to himself. Old Wu's expression also became excited. No matter what secrets there are, it's an opportunity that belongs to Yi Fei. Now, what we need to do is to take revenge. An astonishing murderous intent turned into a bloody saber. Now that Old Wu knew that Yi Fei could enter and leave the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda, he was no longer worried. With a roar, Old Wu took the lead and led Tianyin Wufu's experts to launch the fiercest counterattack. Inside the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda, Yi Fei looked at the familiar gray space around him and the familiar bronze door. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and reminisce. I hope this cheap master of the Demon Emperor is still reliable. Otherwise, they would probably tear me apart just because I got the three manor heads into the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another three white lights flashed. Bei Chantian, Feng Xinyang, and Li Xiong, the three manor heads, were sent into the pagoda at the same time, when they saw their surroundings clearly. Bei Chantian was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. This is the Devil Ceiling Pagoda. Feng Xinyang's face was pale as she stared at the huge word devil on the bronze door. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Yi Fei, you bastard. You actually sent us here. This is the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda, where there is no exit. Puff! Li Xiong, who was the last to be sent in, was so angry that he spat out his third mouthful of blood. Brat, how dare you do this to us? I will kill you. No, killing him is too easy for him. We will torture him to death slowly. Beichang Tian was also angry. He was so angry that black smoke was coming out of his ears and nostrils. This was the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda, a place where there was no escape. Even if they were manor heads, they couldn't escape from here. As for the culprit who caused all this, the three manor heads were furious. They clenched their teeth and tried to grab Yi Fei. They looked as if they wanted to tear Yi Fei apart. It was obvious that the three manor heads were furious and sullen. They were manor heads, but they were tricked by a junior like this. It was the kind that would never make a comeback. Only Yi Fei remained calm. Yi Fei was still smiling even when he was in such a predicament. His smile was very clean, but in the eyes of the three manor heads, it was extremely sinister. The three of you, don't attack first. Since we can't escape from here, why don't we have a chat first and get to know each other better? No, my ass. Yi Fei, you have caused us so much trouble. Even if I die today, I will tear off a piece of your flesh. Bastard, you killed my son and even tried to kill me. If I don't kill you today, I will kill you thoroughly. I am no longer the manor head of Mount Tai. Li Xiong took the lead and was about to kill Yi Fei. Yi Fei didn't back down. He suddenly took a step forward and shouted, Master, if you don't come out now, we will really die here. Master? The three manor heads were stunned. They wondered if Yi Fei was stupid. There were only the four of them here. No matter how powerful Yi Fei's master was, how could he come in here? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell. Beichang Tian sneered and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Fei. His palm was about to hit Yi Fei's head. Get lost. You dare to kill this emperor's disciple? You must have some guts, huh? Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of Yi Fei. Then, a terrifying aura suppressed the surroundings. Kneel down before me. Puff, puff, puff. Chapter 215. Chapter 255, Yi Fei Showdown. This was the power of Demon Emperor. Even though the current Demon King was only left with a wisp of consciousness, the majesty of a ruler was not something that three puny prefecture masters could resist. With a cold shout, the 10 martial ancestor realm experts all knelt on the ground without being able to resist. Furthermore, the Demon Emperor had been sealed for thousands of years and was extremely weak. If the Devil Emperor was at his peak, how terrifying would his strength be? Yi Fei wasn't the only one who thought of this. The three kneeling manor heads also thought of this. The ferocity on their faces was gone, replaced by fear. Feng Xinyang's voice trembled with fear. How is this possible? This Yi Fei's master is actually an emperor. Could it be that he is the person suppressed in the Demon Ceiling Pagoda? Beichang Tian's body was trembling as he begged desperately. Senior, please spare my life. Please spare my life. We didn't know that Yi Fei was your disciple. Only Li Xiong didn't speak. He was already in despair. Just a spiritual thought was enough to suppress them to the point that they couldn't resist. How could the three prefecture masters not know that this time they really kicked an iron plate and provoked an emperor that they absolutely couldn't afford to provoke? Yi Fei, why did you enter the Demon Ceiling Tower again? Didn't Master warn you not to enter before you reach the martial honorable realm? The Demon Emperor was infuriated. You're my last hope for escape. Look at you. Instead of cultivating in peace and becoming a martial honor as soon as possible, you're courting death by barging into the Demon Ceiling Pagoda. Do you think this is your backyard? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Last time, you were lucky to have escaped. What about this time? You are really infuriating this emperor to death. In the face of the Demon Emperor's reprimand, Yi Fei didn't say anything. He knew that entering the Demon Ceiling Pagoda this time was indeed a bit too risky. It would be fine if he could get out, but if he couldn't, he would be trapped here forever like the Devil Emperor. It was inevitable that the Devil Emperor's master would be angry. However, The Demon Emperor would never have imagined that Yi Fei would be able to enter and leave the demon sealing tower as he wished. After all, he had the undying sword soul. Of course, Yi Fei would never say this out loud. Yi Fei waited until the Devil Emperor had lost his temper before he raised his head. He smiled and bowed. "Master, don't worry. If I can come in, I can definitely leave. This time, I was forced into a corner. These 3 manor heads are very strong. I can't defeat them alone. If I don't want to die, I can only ask Master for help." In the end, they still needed the Demon Emperor's help to suppress these 3 manor heads. Yi Fei was naturally respectful, acting like a good disciple. The Demon Emperor had nothing to say. He couldn't even be bothered to look at the 3 manor heads. For an existence like the Demonic Emperor, even if he was only left with a strand of his consciousness, the 3 manor heads did not need to take him seriously. What the Demon Emperor was really worried about was whether Yi Fei could get out of here and whether his main body could escape. There was a moment of silence. The Demon Emperor asked curiously, "Yi Fei, are you so confident that you can get out this time? Although I don't know what method you use to shake the entire demon sealing tower, this time it will be at least 20 times harder than the first time. No matter what you're hiding in your body, you might not be able to get out smoothly." Boom! Hearing the Demon Emperor's words, Yi Fei felt his heart skip a beat. He looked at the Demon Emperor in shock and asked, "Master, how much do you know?" Although he was the Demon Emperor's disciple, there were more benefits between them. Yi Fei wasn't sure if the Demon Emperor would still be friendly to him when he discovered the undying sword soul in his body. "Do you think I'm a fool? After you left, I already figured it out." The Demon Emperor was very pleased with himself. He was a former emperor who dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although he was suppressed here, he was still very knowledgeable. Back when the demon sealing tower shook, the Demon Emperor was afraid that his enemies would come looking for him. He hurriedly accepted Yi Fei as his disciple and prepared a backup plan. However, after Yi Fei left, the Demon Emperor suddenly realized that something was wrong. If his enemies found him, they would definitely not stop after attacking the demon sealing tower once. At that time, the Demon Emperor realized that he had made a mistake. The one who attacked the demon sealing tower was not his enemies, but something hidden in Yi Fei's body. "Kid, you're quite lucky. If I'm not wrong, you were able to get out of the demon sealing tower last time because of the treasure hidden in your body. However, to be able to shake the entire demon sealing tower, the treasure in your body should be at least at the saint level, if not at the emperor level." The Demon Emperor shook his head and sighed. Hearing this, Yi Fei's expression became a little strange. He originally thought that the Demon Emperor had seen through the undying sword soul in his body. However, the Demon Emperor misunderstood again. He thought that the treasure hidden in his body might be a treasure left behind by an expert. Only Yi Fei knew how terrifying the undying sword soul in his body was. It was the destruction sword soul that could even shatter the celestial demon starry sky. When the Demon Emperor and Yi Fei were talking, they did not avoid the 3 prefecture masters. When they heard that the Demon Emperor suppressed in the demon sealing tower was Yi Fei's master, the 3 prefecture masters were so scared that their scalps went numb. Then, they heard that Yi Fei had a treasure hidden in his body and that he could enter and leave the demon sealing tower freely. The 3 prefecture masters were even more shocked and couldn't help but cry out together. Bei Changtian said with grief and indignation, "Yi Fei, you actually have a way to enter and leave the demon sealing tower. No wonder you tried so hard to trick us in." Li Xiong's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. "Yi Fei, let's make a deal. As long as you're willing to let us out, we swear that we won't be enemies with Tianyin Wufu anymore. Our grudges can also be written off." Feng Xinyang suddenly thought of something, and her entire person became extremely dejected. She sighed and said, "No wonder your sword just now was so terrifying, as if the entire world was rejecting us. It turns out that you have an extremely powerful treasure on you." Yi Fei didn't know what to say about Feng Xinyang's misunderstanding. He clearly used the Heaven's Burial Sword and didn't use the Undying Sword Soul at all. But immediately, Yi Fei's heart moved again. The undying sword soul is after all my biggest secret. Now that the Demon Emperor is suspicious, why don't I use Feng Xinyang's misunderstanding to cover for myself? This can also explain how I was able to pass through the demon's ceiling tower last time. Yes, that's what I'll do. These thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Facing the shock of the three prefecture masters and the doubtful eyes of the Demon Emperor, Yi Fei suddenly smiled shyly and very sincerely revealed a bitter smile. I didn't expect that you guys would still be able to see through me after hiding so deeply. That's right, I dare to challenge the three of you because of the treasure on me. However, I'm not sure if it's a treasure or not. But Master, you're experienced and knowledgeable. I don't know if you can recognize this thing. As he spoke, Yi Fei pretended to be in pain and took out the black diamond he got from the sacred ground. The three prefecture masters stretched their necks as much as they could, wanting to see what kind of powerful treasure Yi Fei took out. In the end, they were all greatly disappointed. It was actually a brick. Aside from the fact that the color was a little strange, they couldn't sense the slightest bit of spiritual energy or treasure light from this brick. If it wasn't for Yi Fei taking it out so seriously, it was likely that no one would be willing to bend down to pick it up, even if it was thrown on the ground. Chapter 2:16. The Heaven-Destroying Sword. My divination back then was correct. This black brick really did end up in the Martial Heaven continent. In the end, it was found by my disciple. Ha ha ha. The Devil Emperor looked excitedly at the black brick in Yi Fei's hand. He raised his head and laughed, dancing with joy. It was clear just how excited he was. The three prefecture masters were shocked. To them, Yi Fei was only holding an ordinary black brick, but it could make a ruler lose his composure. Needless to say, this item was definitely extraordinary and was an incredible treasure. They immediately stretched their necks and pricked up their ears. They wanted to know just what kind of treasure this black brick was. In the end, they were still the masters of the various martial palaces. After the initial fear of the Devil Emperor, they quickly calmed down. Although they were still unable to move under the Devil Emperor's pressure, there was no longer any fear on their faces. Instead, they were filled with curiosity and greed. They were curious about the conversation between the Devil Emperor and Yi Fei, as well as the greed for the black brick in Yi Fei's hand. However, those thoughts were hidden very well. On the surface, they still looked pitiful and terrified. No one could tell what they were thinking. The Devil Emperor didn't have time to pay attention to them. After laughing, he excitedly snatched the black brick from Yi Fei's hand. Master, what exactly is this thing? Can you explain it to me? Yi Fei's heart also had a strong sense of curiosity. He had taken out the black brick to hide his greatest secret, the undying sword soul. However, it seemed that this black brick's origins were truly great. It was actually able to make an existence like the Devil Emperor lose his composure like this. Ha ha! My good disciple, you've given your master a great gift. It's no wonder you were able to shake the entire Devil's ceiling tower. Master even thought that an enemy had come looking for you. In the end, it was this thing. No wonder. The Devil Emperor was delighted. He didn't immediately explain the black brick's origins to Yi Fei. Instead, he controlled it to float in the air. Then he formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. An extremely ancient sacrificial chant suddenly resounded in the void. As the Demon Emperor's hand seal shifted, the floating black brick suddenly began to radiate boundless light. Only then did Yi Fei realize that the black brick was covered in all sorts of strange seals and magical symbols, which the Devil Emperor was unraveling like silk from a cocoon. In the end, what appeared in front of Yi Fei was no longer the weird black brick, but a thin golden page, which finally fell into the hands of the Demon Emperor. Yi Fei was shocked. The three provinces of Wu Province were also shocked. Master, is this the black brick's secret? Yi Fei asked in shock. He estimated that not even the first Holy Lord of the Holy Land who had obtained the black brick had been able to discover such a secret. Yet the Devil King had been able to recognize it at a glance, and had been able to quickly break through the seals on it. That's right. This is the secret hidden in the black brick. It exists to hide this supreme, taboo sword, the Annihilation Sword. The Demon Emperor closed his eyes and sensed the golden page. A rare look of reminiscence appeared on his face as he explained to Yi Fei. 3,000 years ago, I accidentally fell into an enemy's trap while searching for the Annihilation Sword. That's why I was suppressed here. The Annihilation Sword has a total of 4 swords. Rumor has it that it was created by an unparalleled emperor. It contains all his understanding of the Sword Tao and is known as the Supreme Taboo Sword. Whoever can cultivate it will have the power to destroy the heavens. The Demon Emperor slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei felt his head buzzing. The Annihilation Sword was its real name. What was even more terrifying was that it contained the lifetime understanding of the Sword Tao of a great emperor. The might of the heavens was inviolable, and that great emperor actually dared to destroy the heavens. From this, one could see how terrifying that great emperor's strength was and how powerful the sword technique he created was. No wonder this brat was able to force back the 3 of us with 1 sword. He actually grasped the great emperor's sword technique. Even our martial heaven continent only had 1 great emperor 10,000 years ago. If we can obtain such a sword technique, the 3 palace masters lowered their heads and transmitted their thoughts to each other. The Demon Emperor glanced at them, a mocking smile on his face. Then his hand shook, and the golden page automatically flew into Yi Fei's hand. Yi Fei was startled. "Master, what are you doing?" In his opinion, the Demon Emperor was determined to obtain the Annihilation Sword. He had even been suppressed by his enemy. Why was he suddenly returning it to him? The Demon Emperor shook his head. "Now is not the time. Master's main body hasn't awakened. Even if I comprehend it, I can't cultivate it. As for you, how much of the heaven burial style recorded in this book have you comprehended?" It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Hearing this, Yi Fei was also depressed. "I don't know what happened, but I was only able to comprehend 30%. After that, I was unable to comprehend anymore. Master, please enlighten me." Yi Fei respectfully cupped his hands toward the Demon Emperor. In truth, Yi Fei had also suspected that the reason he was unable to comprehend the heaven burial style wasn't because of the undying sword soul, but because the heaven burial style itself was incomplete. Now that he had seen the Demon Emperor, his speculations were further confirmed. The Demon Emperor smiled and nodded, very satisfied with Yi Fei's comprehension ability. He patiently smiled. "Aha, 30% is already not bad. You should know that the Annihilation Sword has a total of 4 forms and 12 levels. They are the Heaven Burial Style, the Heaven Devouring Style, the Heaven Burning Style, and the Heaven Exterminating Style. This is also why you were only able to comprehend the 3rd level. Back then, Master was in the same situation as you. After obtaining the Heaven Devouring Style, I was only able to comprehend the 3rd level. With this style as the foundation, I created the Sword of Devouring that belonged to me. Therefore, Yi Fei, if you want to fully comprehend the Heaven Exterminating Sword, you must find the remaining Heaven Burning Style and the Heaven Exterminating Style." The Demon Emperor revealed a very important secret. Yi Fei was shocked. "Master, could it be that you want to teach me the Heaven Devouring Style as well?" Yi Fei reacted quickly and quickly understood the meaning behind the Demon Emperor's words. The whereabouts of the Heaven Burning Style and the Heaven Exterminating Style were unknown, but the Demon Emperor truly possessed the Heaven Devouring Style. The Demon Emperor nodded slightly, then looked down on Yi Fei's cultivation again. "Yi Fei, your comprehension ability is not bad, but your talent and cultivation level are too low. You were able to leave the Demon Sealing Pagoda last time because of luck. This time, if you want to leave, you must pass the 2nd level of the Demon Sealing Pagoda. Just the Heaven Burial Style is not enough. You must also learn the Heaven Devouring Style. Now, prepare yourself. Master will show you the secret of the Heaven Devouring Style." Master, you want to teach me now? That's not very good, is it?" Yi Fei looked at the 3 kneeling prefecture masters and pouted. He was a little puzzled. The last time the Demon Emperor passed on the Demon Emperor's sutra to him, he deliberately avoided Bai Ling. Why was the Demon Emperor not only not avoiding the three prefecture masters, but also passing on the technique to him in person? Chapter 217. Gold medal sparring partner. This was indeed what Feng Xinyang had thought. The Devil Emperor had accepted Yi Fei as his disciple because he wanted to escape from the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda. Yi Fei was able to escape from the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda because he had accidentally obtained the Heaven Burial Style. Compared to Yi Fei, the three prefecture masters were at a higher cultivation level and had decent talent. If they could also comprehend the heaven-devouring stance, they would be able to freely enter and exit the Demon's Ceiling Tower. Didn't that mean that they also had the chance to gain the favor of this emperor and become his disciple? What moved Feng Xinyang even more was that the Devil Emperor had specially emphasized it. The reason why the Demon Emperor could become an emperor was because of the sky-swallowing style. Wasn't this telling them that if they could also comprehend the sky-swallowing style, they could also become emperors in the future? At that time, even the Holy Land that they could only look up to would be trampled under their feet. Feng Xinyang's breathing became hurried. Bei Chantian's eyes lit up. Li Xiong had already pricked up his ears, waiting for Demon Emperor to teach Yi Fei the specific cultivation method of sky-swallowing move. Yi Fei's expression also turned a little strange. He thought to himself, what is the Devil Emperor doing? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to these three manor heads' strength and wants to take them in as his disciples? Yi Fei subconsciously glanced at the Nephilim Emperor, only to find that the Nephilim Emperor was also looking at him with an unfathomable expression. He reminded Yi Fei meaningfully, Yi Fei, are you ready? We're ready. Yi Fei's expression was equally serious. Since he couldn't figure out the Demon Emperor's intentions, all he could do was try his best to comprehend the heaven-swallowing style first. In any case, the undying sword soul was still hidden in his body. If something really happened, he could use it to fight for his life. Yi Fei's expression returned to normal, and his heart entered a state of calmness. This surprised the Demon Emperor a little. Then, he looked at the three prefecture lords who were craning their necks and staring at him anxiously. The corners of the Demon Emperor's mouth curled into an undetectable smile. All right, look carefully. This is the heaven-swallowing style that I have comprehended. Rumble. The entire Devil Ceiling Tower trembled slightly. The Devil Emperor's figure disappeared once more and reappeared in the Devil Ceiling Tower. All that was left was a huge and mysterious black hole that seemed to want to suck in everyone's souls. This is the sky-swallowing style? It's clearly a black hole. How should we comprehend it? There are no chants or moves. It seems we can only use our own knowledge and talent to forcefully comprehend it. Once we learn the heaven-devouring style, we'll be able to leave the Demon Ceiling Tower and become emperors. Bei Chantian and Li Xiong were so excited that their eyes turned red. Like hungry wolves, they stared at the black hole in front of them and couldn't wait to immerse themselves in it. Feng Xinyang also did the same. She even secretly glanced at Yi Fei. In this place, the biggest opponent of the three prefecture masters was not the Devil Emperor, but Yi Fei. Given the three prefecture lords' experience, they could naturally tell that the Devil Emperor's true body had been suppressed, and only his spiritual will remained. However, this kind of will could suppress the three prefecture lords to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. At the same time, the three prefecture lords also knew that unless the Devil Emperor was willing to give up this spiritual will, he wouldn't be able to kill them. This was also the reason why they weren't so afraid of the Devil Emperor. Now, Feng Xinyang was only worried that Yi Fei might be able to comprehend the heaven-devouring style faster than them, and be favored by the Devil Emperor. However, Yi Fei's performance was out of Feng Xinyang's expectation. Facing the Devil Emperor's heaven-devouring style, Li Xiong and Bei Chantian couldn't wait to comprehend it. Yi Fei, on the other hand, was still in the mood to take out a few spirit crystals and absorb them. It seemed like he was recovering his true yuan. Feng Xinyang secretly shook her head. She thought that Yi Fei was either too stupid or too arrogant. He didn't know how to cherish such a good opportunity. However, Yifei's slacking gave the three prefecture lords a chance to escape. Thinking that she was overthinking, Feng Xinyang also started to concentrate and tried her best to comprehend the heaven-devouring style in front of the black hole. Seeing the actions of the three prefecture lords, Yifei's lips curled into a smile. He continued to take out spirit crystals one by one. His recovery of true yuan was fake. Using these spirit crystals to stimulate the black energy of the undying sword soul was his real intention. Just as the three prefecture lords were trying their best to comprehend, Yifei finally absorbed all the spirit crystals. At this moment, not only had his true yuan recovered completely, his body was also filled with the black energy secretly released by the undying sword soul. Although this energy couldn't improve the quality of his dantian, it could infinitely improve Yifei's comprehension. When necessary, it could also be used to heal his injuries. Therefore, while using the black energy to improve his comprehension, Yifei also took some time to recover from the injuries from the previous battle. Then, Yifei was full of energy. His eyes emitted the light of wisdom. Suddenly, his whole mind entered the terrifying black hole. As soon as he entered, Yifei heard the Devil King's furious roar. Yifei, why did you come in so late? If those three had comprehended the heaven-devouring style first, both you and I would have died here today. Yifei had a puzzled look on his face. Master, didn't you want us to compete with each other before you taught us the devouring the heaven style? I thought you disliked my talent and wanted to abandon me. You brat, don't try to play tricks with me. I admit that I took you as my disciple because I wanted to use you. But since you are my disciple, how can I give up on you so easily? The Devil King was so angry that he wanted to kick Yifei out of the martial heaven continent. Only now did Yifei realize that he had misunderstood the Devil King. Could it be that, Master, you're deliberately pretending to be vague in order to mislead the three palace masters? Why are you doing this? Because they were in the Devil King's spiritual space, Yifei wasn't worried that their conversation would be overheard. The Demon Emperor explained snappily, "It's all because of you, kid. I've already exhausted all my mental power to help you last time. Now, I can only use my Emperor's power to restrict their movements, but I can't kill them. I'm sure the three of them have already realized this." Yifei jumped in fright. "What? Master, you can't do anything? Then what if you can't suppress them? Won't I be finished?" The Devil King sneered. "That's up to you. As long as you can comprehend both the heaven-burying style and the heaven-devouring style, you have a chance of defeating a 10th level martial ancestor realm expert. If you can't, then both of us will be finished. Hurry up and comprehend them. After I release my mental power, one of them will definitely escape. At that time, I will continue to bewitch them into fighting one-on-one with you as your spar partner. As for whether you can kill them in battle, that will depend on your own ability." Only now did Yifei understand what it meant to be old ginger was spicier. The Devil King had even thought of such a sinister plan. Not only was he toying with the three prefecture lords, he was even trying to bewitch them into becoming his golden sparring partner. Of course, Yifei also knew that the Devil King was truly doing his best this time. Helping him comprehend the heaven-devouring style was already the limit of what the Devil King could do. As for whether or not he would be able to survive the attacks of the three manor heads who had escaped, that would depend on his own abilities. Chapter 218. The biggest winner now that he understood the Demon King's plan and knew that the Demon King had lost his ability to attack, Yifei could only immerse his consciousness into the black hole as fast as he could. In the dark, the undying sword soul provided amazing insight, which made Yifei's eyes light up. When he opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him again, what appeared in front of Yifei was no longer a black hole, but a huge demon sword. This sword crossed the starry sky and swallowed everything. It was like an invisible giant mouth that could even swallow heaven and earth. This was the heaven-swallowing sword. Just like the heaven's burial sword, It was also a part of the Heaven Destroyer sword. Now, Yi Fei needed to comprehend this sword so that he could have the strength to fight against the three prefecture masters and not rely on the Demon King's power. In the spiritual space, Yi Fei's spiritual consciousness gathered and started to deduce the hidden sword's trajectory in the black hole. Whoever could grasp this trajectory first will be able to comprehend the true heaven-swallowing sword. Near Yi Fei's spiritual consciousness, there were three especially bright light spots. Each of them was several times stronger than Yi Fei's spiritual consciousness. Yi Fei knew that these were the spiritual consciousnesses of the three prefecture masters. They were trying their best to capture the sword's trajectory, and they also noticed the addition of Yi Fei's spiritual consciousness. Li Xiong and Bei Changtian sneered disdainfully. Feng Xinyang saw Yi Fei's almost transparent spiritual consciousness and shook her head lightly. Yi Fei, we admit that your talent is very strong, but your spiritual consciousness is too weak. As long as we work together, you will never be able to capture the sword's trajectory. It's not too late for you to back out now. Feng Xinyang seemed to be kind. In fact, she was secretly suppressing Yi Fei's confidence and disrupting Yi Fei's spiritual consciousness. After all, with one less competitor, they would have a higher chance of capturing the sword's trajectory in advance. Fourth Mother, don't talk too much with that trash. Let's join hands first and grasp the trajectory of this sword. After we understand it, we'll go and find that trash to settle the score. Ha ha ha. Yi Fei, just wait for your death. How dare you go against the three great Wu province? How dare you go against the royal family? Do you think you're worthy of that? Even though their bodies were still suppressed by the demon monarch, they had been observing and discussing the situation for a period of time. With their experience and wisdom, how could they not know that the demon emperor was just a facade? Although the devil emperor's spiritual pressure was frightening, as long as the devil emperor did not have a physical body, he could not truly harm them. Now, the three palace masters had nothing to fear. Yi Fei had no intention of conversing with the three manor heads. Both sides were already destined to be mortal enemies, so it would be pointless to say anything more. If he had the heart to do so, he might as well focus on capturing the trajectory of that sword. Although his spiritual consciousness was not as strong as the three manor heads, and his realm and strength were far apart, this was not the outside world. This was the demon's sealing tower, a spiritual space created by the demon emperor. Here, the competition was not about realm, but about comprehension. Whoever could capture the trajectory of the demon emperor's sky-swallowing style first, and then comprehend it the fastest. However, the demon emperor is now fully focused on maintaining the spiritual space, so he can't help me. If the three manor heads join hands, my spiritual consciousness will definitely not be able to compete with the three of them. A battle of the spiritual consciousness was often more dangerous than a battle of the physical body. If one was not careful, the spiritual consciousness would be damaged, which meant that the soul would be damaged. In the world of martial arts, physical injuries were easy to heal, but spiritual or soul injuries were not something that Yi Fei had much confidence in recovering, even with his undying sword soul. I have to think of a way to capture the sword's trajectory in advance. However, my spiritual consciousness is the weakest here. Even if I capture it, I won't be able to comprehend it in time, and the three manor heads will definitely snatch it away. Yi Fei's heart began to sink. The undying sword soul could only increase his comprehension, but could not strengthen his spiritual consciousness. Unless he dared to release the undying sword soul and risked being discovered by the demon emperor. No, the undying sword soul is too terrifying. Once it's exposed, I can't imagine the consequences. However, if I don't use the undying sword soul, how can I resist the combined pressure of the three manor heads? Yi Fei fell into a deep contemplation, and his entire person entered a state of selflessness. In the eyes of the three mansion masters, that was Yi Fei's cowardice. He had run out of skills and no longer had any way to compete with them. They were secretly delighted. They immediately gathered their strongest wills and tried even harder to capture the sword's trajectory. At this moment, I got it. Spiritual consciousness. How could I forget? Not only does my body have the undying sword soul, but I also have the first divine lord's spiritual consciousness. That spiritual consciousness was the one that Sword Maniac Elder had given to Yi Fei when he had deciphered the sword steel. He had treated it as a useless and pure spiritual consciousness, and had given it to him to deepen his understanding of the way of the sword. However, reality had proven that the most precious thing in the sword steel was not the peerless sword technique that the first Divine Lord had left behind, but the spiritual consciousness. It was that spiritual consciousness that had helped Yi Fei decipher the seal on the black brick. Now, could it help him strengthen his spiritual consciousness and capture the sword's trajectory in advance? It was worth a try. Boom! Yi Fei gritted his teeth and suddenly awakened the spiritual consciousness in the depths of his mind. Sword! Burial! Instantly, the old and stubborn voice resounded in the spiritual space. It was as though it would never dissipate if Yi Fei did not comprehend the sword of burial. Even though the first Divine Lord had died in battle many years ago, his obsession with the sword and the way of the sword had not dissipated. At this moment, when Yi Fei awakened the spiritual consciousness again, he did not need to deliberately activate it. The spiritual consciousness had instinctively brought along Yi Fei's spiritual consciousness and turned into a ball of flowing light. It dashed towards the sword's trajectory and enveloped it, refining it. Countless information about the way of the sword rushed into Yi Fei's mind like a flood, causing Yi Fei's mind to feel as though it was about to explode. If he had not used the undying sword soul to increase his comprehension, Yi Fei's spiritual consciousness and soul would have been shattered instantly by the impact of the information. Roar! Seeing this scene, Bei Changtian and Li Xiong roared furiously at the same time. What happened? How did that brat's spiritual consciousness become so powerful? It is even more terrifying than a martial honorable. We can't care so much. This Yi Fei is too powerful. If we don't kill him now, we won't be able to suppress him when he comprehends the Emperor Sword technique. Let's go together and snatch the sword's trajectory back. Feng Xinyang let out a sharp voice. Together with Bei Changtian, they instantly unleashed all their mental strength and dashed towards the sword's trajectory that was controlled by Yi Fei. Yi Fei was already powerful enough. They would not allow Yi Fei to become even more powerful. Such a genius had to be killed immediately. Li Xiong wanted to go forward as well. After all, no one here hated Yi Fei more than him. However, at this moment, Yi Fei caught hold of the sword's trajectory. Li Xiong, who was the weakest, suddenly felt that the mental strength that the Demon King had exerted on him had disappeared. The mental strength of Bei Changtian and Feng Xinyang was also weakening rapidly. However, the two of them were focused on fighting with Yi Fei for the sword's trajectory and did not notice this. Li Xiong subconsciously wanted to remind them. However, he quickly dispelled this impulse. Let me remind Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian. Even if we kill Yi Fei in the end, we still have to comprehend the Emperor martial arts together. That is the Emperor martial arts. This senior who was originally suppressed became an emperor with just one move. Why can't I, Li Xiong, do the same? As long as I become an emperor, I, Li Xiong, can do whatever I want. Not only can I bring glory to Mount Tai and Wu province, but I can also trample the Zhao royal family and the unreachable Taishan sanctuary under my feet. At that time, I will play with those women of the royal family in front of all the officials. At that time, I can also make those unreachable women of the sanctuary my women and let them give birth to hundreds and thousands of children. That's right. This is the biggest opportunity in my life. As long as I kill Yi Fei before they react, and then kill Bei, Changtian, and Feng Xinyang, I will not only get the sky swallowing move, but also the sky burying move. Most importantly, when everyone was dead, the Demon King, who wanted to escape, would have no choice but to cooperate with him. At that time, Li Xiong would not be afraid that the Demon King would not give him any treasures or skills. At that time, I, Li Xiong, will be the biggest winner. Not only will I become a sacred lord, but I will also become an emperor in the future. I will be able to call the wind and summon the rain. Chapter 219. The Power of Ghosts and God's Li Xiong laughed coldly and complacently. Li Xiong had never felt that God favored him so much. The emperor-level sword technique was right in front of him, and the hope of becoming an emperor was right in front of him. As long as he killed Yi Fei, Feng Xinyang, and Bei Changtian, he would be the overlord of a region, the emperor, and the superior. Therefore, when Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian tried their best to stop Yi Fei from comprehending the sky-swallowing skill, Li Xiong flinched. At this moment, Li Xiong's spiritual thought left this spiritual space at the fastest speed and returned to his body. As for the Devil Emperor, he had to maintain the spiritual space with all his strength and suppress Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian to prevent them from getting out of his control. He could only watch Li Xiong withdraw from the spiritual trap that he had carefully arranged. He was so anxious that he didn't even have the ability to remind Yi Fei. An unprecedented crisis quietly came to Yi Fei's head. In reality, Li Xiong, who was kneeling on the ground, moved instantly and stood up from the ground quickly. Li Xiong laughed coldly and complacently. Haha, my guess is right. This demon emperor is extremely weak. He can't hurt me at all. Then, it's time for me to succeed and become an emperor. Swish! Li Xiong's eyes were like a ferocious ghost and a beast. He stared at his two companions with cold light. Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian were still kneeling on the ground and were still suppressed by Demon Emperor's spiritual thought. Then, Li Xiong's eyes finally fell on Yi Fei. In his eyes, a fierce light, like that of a wolf, was suddenly released. It's all because of this evil creature. He killed my son and caused the 3 Wu province to kill each other. This man is unforgivable. I'm going to chop off his head now to avenge my son. Kill. Silently, Li Xiong had already rushed to Yi Fei's side. With a palm with strong genuine essence, he fiercely slapped Yi Fei's body, which was sitting cross-legged. Li Xiong was confident that his palm could definitely smash a warrior in the 3rd level of martial guru realm into meat paste. As long as he killed Yi Fei and then turned around to kill Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian, Li Xiong would be the only survivor here and the only one who could cooperate with the Demon Emperor. At that time, Li Xiong could make use of the Devil Emperor to call the wind and rain and dominate the world. Thinking of that kind of scene, Li Xiong, who took the shot, was so excited that his whole old face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. However, at this moment, Yi Fei, who was still immersed in his comprehension, suddenly emitted a terrifying, attractive force. It was as if Yi Fei had turned into a pitch-black black hole. The massive gravitational force was everywhere, distorting light and shattering space. Boom! A brand new black hole space appeared above Yi Fei's head. At this time, the devouring sword intent had also been greatly improved. Almost instinctively, the moment it felt the danger, the black hole, which was originally suspended above Yi Fei's head, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Fei. Li Xiong didn't expect this change at all. His palm didn't hit Yi Fei's body and then accidentally slapped into the black hole space in front of him. Devour! Crack! 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 Li Xiong screamed and looked at his 5 fingers incredulously. When they touched the black hole space, all of them exploded and turned into blood mist. If he hadn't been the governor of Wu province, who was in the 10th level of martial guru realm, had powerful strength and quick reaction, and forcibly pulled his palm out of the black hole in time, his whole palm would have been twisted into meat paste by the black hole. How could this be? Shock and horror appeared on Li Xiong's face. It was obvious that Yi Fei was still comprehending. How could he make a counterattack, as if he had already expected it? Are you surprised? I can actually react. Li Xiong, do you really think that I didn't find your little trick? Yi Fei sneered and stood up from the ground. He felt lucky because Demon Emperor had warned him in advance. So when he entered the spiritual space and comprehended the sky-swallowing move. No matter how difficult it was, Yi Fei paid some attention to the three governors. Li Xiong thought that his withdrawal was unknown, but in fact, Yi Fei had already seen it secretly. Immediately, Yi Fei decided to beat Li Xiong at his own game and deliberately pretended to comprehend. In fact, when Li Xiong's spiritual consciousness returned to his body, Yi Fei's consciousness also returned immediately. However, Yi Fei didn't act rashly. Instead, he continued to pretend to practice and played a trick on Li Xiong. Li Xiong was also furious. "You bastard! How dare you play a trick on me? So what if you wake up? Without the help of that senior, you're just a junior. How can you be my opponent? Go to hell." Looking at the bloody and bare palm, Li Xiong was so angry that he jumped and rushed to Yi Fei angrily again. Mount Tai Crush! The true essence in Li Xiong's body burst out and finally formed a huge true essence mountain peak. It was like the shadow of Mount Tai, majestic and tall, suppressing one side. Then, it quickly fell on Yi Fei's head. Li Xiong made up his mind this time. He would do his best to crush Yi Fei to relieve the hatred in his heart. Heaven-bearing sword. Yi Fei didn't retreat. He couldn't retreat. Now, Demon Emperor had no ability to make a move. The spiritual pressure was also ineffective on the three governors. If he didn't want to die, Yi Fei could only fight desperately. I must kill Li Xiong in advance before the other two governors leave the spiritual space. Yi Fei showed a ruthless face. He didn't care about the true essence mountain peak that was coming down. The war demon golden body bloomed with endless golden light. Yi Fei jumped up and used his body to withstand the suppression of the true essence mountain peak. Then he spat out blood and counterattacked. The shocking sword essence shook the void and buried heaven and earth. At the same time, Yi Fei also felt a strong repulsive force. After all, he was using the heaven-destroying sword. Even if it was only 30% of its power, it would be rejected by heaven and earth. Therefore, the moment Yi Fei used this sword technique, he suffered quite a bit of backlash. However, Li Xiong was the most shocked. He couldn't imagine that Yi Fei could withstand his attack of Martial Ancestor Realm 10th Realm without dying. Moreover, he could counterattack immediately. Could it be that this bastard also has a special physique? That's why his physical body is so strong. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have suppressed him. I would have used the power of the Ghost God to tear him apart. With my blood, I offer the Ghost God. Lend me the supreme power. Li Xiong's mouth uttered ancient and mysterious syllables. Mount Tai Martial House, a firm believer in ghosts and gods. After discovering Yi Fei's monstrous talent, Li Xiong instantly reacted. He had already ignited his own life force and didn't hesitate to display a taboo martial art to blast Yi Fei into pieces. In the void, there was an inexplicable force that flowed into Li Xiong's body, causing him to roar like a demonic beast. His veins were exposed, and countless stripes appeared on his body. He ignored the restriction of the heaven-bearing sword and rushed toward Yi Fei with the speed of a gust of wind. Chapter 220. Sky-swallowing move. There were ghosts and immortals in heaven and earth, ferocious and cruel. Yi Fei always thought it was a legend, but now it seemed that it was true. Only the power of ghosts and immortals could make Li Xiong break out suddenly and break free from the restriction of sky-bearing sword on Li Xiong's body. With a dignified look, Yi Fei suddenly stamped on the ground. Boom! There was a deep pit on the ground. Facing Li Xiong, who had borrowed the power of ghosts and immortals, Yi Fei didn't retreat, but rushed to Li Xiong at the fastest speed. Li Xiong was slightly stunned, and then he laughed with ecstasy. Ha! You are really stupid. Your strength is weak, and now I use the power of ghosts and immortals to remove the influence of sky-bearing sword. You are not qualified to fight with me. Whoosh! The genuine essence accumulated with the power of ghosts and immortals condensed and turned into a ghost with a green face and fangs. It opened its mouth to swallow Yi Fei's rushing body. Sky-bearing sword, sky-swallowing move. Yi Fei didn't stop, but he suddenly put away sky-devouring sword and spread out his left palm as if he was holding something. The sword intent was like a long river and black flowing light. It quickly gathered in Yi Fei's palm and appeared in Yi Fei's palm. It was a huge black hole rotating crazily. In the end, what fell into Yi Fei's hand was a black long sword completely composed of black holes. Just like a long and narrow black void crack, it was grabbed by Yi Fei and chopped down fiercely at the green face and fangs rushing over. Bang! With only one sword, the ghost shadow condensed by Li Xiong with the power of ghosts and immortals had been chopped into pieces by Yi Fei, and Li Xiong's soul was also chopped into pieces. It turned out that to borrow the power of ghosts and immortals, Li Xiong needed to connect his soul with ghosts and immortals. If ghosts and immortals were destroyed, Li Xiong would be destroyed. Yi Fei's sword seemed to only cut the ghosts and immortals, but in fact, it also destroyed Li Xiong's entire soul in an instant. What was more strange was that the shattered ghost shadow didn't disappear, but was finally affected by sky-swallowing move. It was all absorbed by the black long sword in Yi Fei's hand and poured into his body. Boom! Yi Fei felt that the genuine essence in his body surged crazily, and in an instant, it broke through his own martial arts barrier. 4th level of Martial Grandmaster Realm. Just killing Li Xiong, Yi Fei's Grandmaster Martial Realm, Grandmaster Martial Grandmaster. The Sky Destroyer Sword is indeed a great sovereign martial skill. The Sky-Burying Stance can restrict the opponent's movement. The Sky-Devouring Stance can devour the opponent's cultivation. How terrifying would the remaining Sky-Burning Stance and Sky Destroyer Stance be? Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the side where the 3 prefecture masters were kneeling. Because he and Li Xiong had exited the spiritual space at the same time, Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian would definitely notice that something was wrong. Then, Bei Changtian saw a scene that made him extremely shocked. Li Xiong was actually dead, and he was killed by the junior he looked down on the most with a single sword strike. Bei Changtian also noticed the sword in Yi Fei's hand. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a sword, but a space crack in the shape of a sword. What was terrifying was that Yi Fei could hold it in his hand. That's sky-swallowing move? How is it possible? How could you comprehend sky-swallowing move in such a short time? Bei Changtian asked in shock. How is it impossible? Don't forget that time passes faster in the spiritual space than in the real world. As long as I can capture the trajectory of the sword, I will have enough time to comprehend the sky-swallowing style in the 1 hour that I have to retreat. Yi Fei said coldly. Would he tell Bei Changtian that the reason why he could comprehend it so fast was because of his undying sword soul? Even Devil Emperor didn't know that, not to mention Bei Changtian. Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, Bei Changtian subconsciously misunderstood. He would only stay in the spiritual space for an hour at most. During this period of time, the 3 of them wouldn't even be able to comprehend the surface of the sky-devouring style. However, Yi Fei had not only quickly grasped the trajectory of the sword, but he had also miraculously comprehended it. What kind of monstrous genius was this? What kind of terrifying perception was this? Bei Changtian was so shocked that his heart was trembling. Finally, he stopped looking down on Yi Fei's lowly background, and a look of pity appeared on his face. He sighed and said, I didn't expect a monstrous genius like you to be born among the lowly commoners. It's a pity that if you were to appear in my Beiwawu province, I would have groomed you regardless of the cost, and let you get rid of your lowly commoner status. However, you are in Tianyan Wufu. I will have to kill you at all costs. Kill. Bei Changtian's face was filled with murderous intent. He could no longer tolerate Yi Fei's monstrous talent. He had made up his mind to kill Yi Fei before Feng Xinyang woke up. Then, the sky-burying style and sky-swallowing style that Yi Fei possessed would belong to him. Moreover, killing a monstrous genius who could become a martial king or martial saint in the future would be a great achievement for Bei Changtian. His face became ferocious due to his excitement. Following the explosion of Bei Changtian's true yuan, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped turning into a world of ice and snow. A bone-piercing cold wind whistled. Yi Fei immediately felt a thin layer of ice forming on his legs and body. His hair and eyebrows were frozen into a ball. This was the famous icy true qi of the Beiwa Wu province. Its power was even more terrifying when displayed by Bei Changtian, the prefecture lord. If Yi Fei was still a third-level martial ancestor realm cultivator, his body would be severely restricted even if it was not frozen. However, not only did Yi Fei have a breakthrough in the battle, he had also mastered the sky swallowing style and became stronger. If that was the case, would he still choose to retreat? If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Kill. A shocking murderous intent surged out of Yi Fei's body, just like how Bei Changtian wanted to kill him. Yi Fei also wanted to kill Bei Changtian before Feng Xinyang woke up. With his current strength, it was still possible for him to deal with a mansion master. However, if he had to face both Feng Xinyang and Bei Changtian at the same time, he could only wait to be tortured. Devouring sword intent. The sword light flashed like a black rainbow, and soon repelled the surrounding cold air. Yi Fei also took the opportunity to step forward again. The extraterrestrial divine fire burned fiercely. In an instant, the frost on his eyebrows was turned into steaming hot air. At the same time, Yi Fei held the devouring soul sword tightly in his right hand and the sky swallowing style in his left hand. The two demonic blades were pointed at Bei Changtian's throat. I have already killed the prefecture lord of Mount Tai, Wu province. Now, it is your turn, Beiwa Wu province. You have offended my family Yi and destroyed Tianyan Wufu. You deserve to die. Yi Fei stepped forward. The sword intent on his body seemed to be burning together with the outer divine flame. Bei Changtian was terrified. Even though he was the prefecture lord of Wu province and a 10th-level martial ancestor realm expert, he was still terrified. Chapter 2:21. The master of the house Bei Changtian was unwilling to admit it, but he had no choice but to admit that Yi Fei had become too strong after learning the heaven-swallowing stance. He was able to fight against a 10th-stage martial ancestor realm cultivator at the 4th-stage martial ancestor realm. If Yi Fei was allowed to continue growing in the future, how powerful would Yi Fei become? What was even more terrifying was that Yi Fei already possessed two great emperor sword arts. Even the governor of Wu province, Bei Changtian, felt a little scared when he thought about the power of the emperor's sword technique and saw the burning sword intent on Yi Fei's body. Yes, he was starting to be afraid of Yi Fei. He subconsciously took a step back. However, that step had ignited Bei Changtian's anger. He had actually taken a step back. In the face of a lowly commoner, a junior, he, the high and mighty governor of Wu province, was actually scared to retreat. What kind of humiliation was this? It had to be washed away with the blood of this junior. Kill. I don't believe that a junior like you is really that heaven-defying. Even if you managed to kill Li Xiong, you must have consumed a lot of energy. Now is the best time to kill you. Ice and snow covering heaven and earth. Bei Changtian roared furiously. Around his body, a fierce, howling cold wind condensed. In the end, the cold wind turned into layers of ice and snow, covering the ground with the sound of ice being frozen. Around Yi Fei, feather-like snow began to fall. Then it turned into sharp ice blades. There were thousands of them, and all of them pierced towards Yi Fei. Unless Yi Fei had cultivated the battle demon golden body to the 3rd level, if he were to be pierced by so many ice blades, he would be instantly dismembered by them. However, Yi Fei did not retreat. He did not even look at the dense ice blades that were thrusting towards him. The bright sword beam had already soared into the sky, suppressing the entire area. Heaven-destroying sword, heaven-burying style. Crack! As Yi Fei brandished his devouring spirit sword, the ice blades in front of him stopped in their tracks and exploded. Yi Fei did not stop as he took another heavy step towards Bei Changtian. Boom! The entire ground cracked under Yi Fei's footsteps. Bei Changtian's gallbladder was about to shatter. How is this possible? That was the ice blade that he had condensed with all of his true energy. How could it be broken by Yi Fei in such a way? If Li Xiong was the weakest among the three prefecture lords, then Beichan Tian would be the strongest. However, even someone as strong as Beichan Tian felt an irresistible fear when facing Yi Fei's sword, because this was the sword of a great emperor. In a martial heaven continent, there was a saying that was very widespread. It was used to describe the ancient sovereigns. Even a single strand of hair from a sovereign's body could crush a mountain range. Although Yi Fei didn't have the disposition of a great emperor, the fact that he could wield the great emperor's sword was enough to strike fear into Beichan Tian. Faced with Yi Fei's approach, Beichan Tian subconsciously retreated. His face was filled with anger and humiliation. Of course, Beichan Tian didn't give up on killing Yi Fei as he retreated. After all, his cultivation level wasn't high. He was a 10th level martial ancestor realm expert and the governor of Wu province. Beichan Tian couldn't accept being defeated by a junior. Kill. Extreme Ice Seal. Yi Fei, go to hell. Beichan Tian clenched his teeth in fury. His lips were bleeding from bite. Faced with Yi Fei's approach, Beichan Tian was enraged. He immediately decided to burn his life force like Li Xiong and forcefully unleash a power that exceeded his limits. A terrifying wave of true energy erupted from Beichan Tian's body, causing the surrounding air to show signs of freezing. Under this cold qi, Yi Fei suddenly felt that the burning divine flame from beyond the heavens was being suppressed. His legs and knees were all covered with a thick layer of ice and snow. Now's the time. Beichan Tian seemed to have been waiting for this moment. After freezing Yi Fei's body, a 3-meter-long ice sword condensed in his hand. Like a flash of lightning, he rushed forward and stabbed toward Yi Fei's throat. Die! Sky-destroying sword, sky-swallowing move. Yi Fei sneered. He knew that Beichan Tian had used all his strength. Of course, Yi Fei wouldn't hold back. He fully unleashed 20% of his sword essence. The space crack in his hand suddenly turned into a black sword radiance and swept out. The sword radiance formed by sky-swallowing move easily cut the space it passed through. Beichan Tian's body was also cut apart. At this moment, the sword radiance formed by Beichan Tian's ice was less than a centimeter away from Yi Fei's throat. He could kill Yi Fei with a slight push. Unfortunately, Beichan Tian couldn't do it anymore. His body had been cut in half by sky-swallowing move. Beichan Tian stretched out one hand and grabbed Yi Fei's arm tightly. With strong unwillingness and fear, the two halves of his body fell to the ground. His true energy was absorbed by sky-swallowing move and poured into Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei felt a loud sound coming from inside his body. Boom! Without any hindrance, he broke through the martial path barrier again. 5th level martial ancestor realm. Yi Fei had never thought that it would be so easy to increase one's cultivation level. This also proved how powerful sky-swallowing move was. However, Yi Fei did not rejoice. Out of the 3 mansion masters, he had only killed 2 of them. The last one, Feng Xinyang, had already woken up. At this moment, she was looking at Yi Fei with a frightened expression. This is the devouring heaven style. It can actually absorb the opponent's true yuan and increase its own strength. Feng Xinyang was shocked. She seemed to have comprehended something in the Demon King's spiritual space. Yi Fei was also surprised. He then walked towards Feng Xinyang expressionlessly. I have killed Mount Tai Prefecture Lord and North Mountain Prefecture Lord. Now it's your turn. Yi Fei, wait. Don't kill this girl. It's a pity. Suddenly, the Demon King's voice came from the Demon Ceiling Tower. The Demon King's spiritual consciousness appeared again. This time, it was much more transparent. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Yi Fei understood that the Demon King had lost a lot of energy to create the spiritual space and help suppress the 3 prefecture lords. Although they became master and disciple because of mutual benefits, Yi Fei was still grateful for the Demon King's help. Without the Demon King, Yifei wouldn't be as strong as he was today. He didn't recognize the wrong master. Since the Demon King had taken a fancy to Feng Xinyang, Yifei was naturally willing to fulfill his wish. Hearing this, he put away his sword and looked at Feng Xinyang's pitiful expression. Yifei smiled understandingly and said, "Hee hee, Shizuan, you've been suppressed for a long time, so you also feel lonely. All right, since you like this type, I won't do anything." Feng Xinyang looked at the Demon King in shock. Could it be that this senior really liked her looks? Feng Xinyang wasn't happy. Instead, she was filled with sorrow and fear. The Demon King's face turned red. He was so angry that his spiritual consciousness almost collapsed. He scolded Yifei. "Stinking brat, get lost. I saw that you were always being chased, so I kindly took in a servant for you. You don't even appreciate it." This time, it was Yifei's turn to be shocked. "Master, you're not joking, right? You actually want a palace master to become my slave?" The Demon King sneered. "You are my disciple. If you don't have a few experts by your side, wouldn't it be too degrading?" Since this girl could comprehend a little of the swallowing sky style, she could be considered to have some talent. She is suitable to be your servant. Eh. Chapter 222. Heart Demon Blood Oath Master. It's not good for us to treat a palace chief like this. Sensing the Demon Emperor's seriousness, Yifei felt dizzy. This was the palace chief of Wu Province. If he were to take Feng Xinyang as his servant, the entire eastern Siwu province would fight him to the death. Of course, this wasn't a big deal. What troubled Yifei the most was how to control Feng Xinyang. She was a martial ancestor realm 10th stage expert. Killing her would be easy, but to make her willingly become his servant was basically impossible. Feng Xinyang also looked at the Demon Emperor with a face full of shock. "No, I'd rather die than become this junior's servant." In any case, she was the palace chief of Wu Province. If she were to become the servant of a junior, it would be worse than death for her. The Demon Emperor stared at Feng Xinyang sternly and said, "What? Is it shameful to become this emperor's disciple's servant?" You've seen Yifei's comprehension. In the future, his achievements will definitely reach my level. If you follow him now, you'll be following an emperor. Even if this emperor doesn't say it, you should know the benefits. Emperor? Master, I'm only in the martial ancestor realm 5th stage. Is it really okay for you to suddenly tell me that I'm an emperor? Of course, if Master really likes Feng Xinyang, I won't object. Yifei continued to jest. Feng Xinyang was so frightened that her face turned pale. She looked at the Demon Emperor in horror. The Demon Emperor was so angry that he almost fainted. If he could make a move, he would definitely kick Yifei out of the Demon Ceiling Pagoda and clean him up. The Demon Emperor could see the worry in Yifei's heart. He glared at him and said, "Are you worried that you won't be able to control this servant? With this emperor here, you can rest assured. Not to mention a martial ancestor. Even a martial ancestor would be honored to be this emperor's servant." Yifei looked at the Devil Emperor in surprise. He finally stopped joking and asked seriously, "Master, what are you going to do?" This time, the Demon Emperor did not reply. Instead, he looked at Feng Xinyang and tried to persuade her. "Feng Xinyang, think about it. I will not force you. As long as you agree to be my disciple's servant for 3 years and help her step into the martial honorable realm, I will give you your freedom. I can even make an exception and allow you to become my disciple. I can even guarantee that you will reach the martial king realm. Do you agree?" What, being a servant for only 3 years and becoming the nominal disciple of a martial emperor realm cultivator, and even having a breakthrough to the martial emperor realm? If the person who said this was someone else, Feng Xinyang would treat it as a joke. But since it was the Devil Emperor who said this, she believed it without a doubt. Clearly, she had comprehended something in the Devil Emperor's spiritual space. "Senior, is what you said true? It was only 3 years of being a servant, yet I was able to take you as my master and even reach the martial king realm?" Feng Xinyang asked in astonishment. "I never go back on my words." The Devil Emperor's words were resolute and decisive. Feng Xinyang's face became very hesitant. If she had to be a servant forever, she would rather die than submit. But just 3 years, and the Devil Emperor's conditions made her very tempted. All right, I agree. Feng Xinyang decided to give it a try. Yi Fei's face immediately became very strange. Just as he was about to express his objection, a weak spiritual message entered Yi Fei's ears. Stinking brat, don't speak. I already know the situation outside from Feng Xinyang. 2 half-step martial honorables are fighting outside. If you go out alone, you will die if you're not careful. With Feng Xinyang following you, if something goes wrong, you can use her as a scapegoat and block the disaster for you. Obviously, the Devil Emperor did all this to help Yi Fei. He wanted to let Yi Fei have more means to protect himself. After all, Yi Fei was not only his hope to escape, he was also his disciple. Although the Devil Emperor was a demonic cultivator, he truly cared about his disciple. Yi Fei also felt the Devil Emperor's care, and a warm current flowed in his heart. Although he only had a relationship with the Devil Emperor was constantly helping him. At this moment, Yi Fei truly regarded the Devil Emperor as his true master. I will listen to Master's decision. Yi Fei solemnly and respectfully bowed to the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor was very happy. He slightly nodded to Yi Fei and looked at Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang, release your spirit now. I will place a restriction on your soul to prevent you from betraying me. Do you agree? Feng Xinyang glanced at Li Xiong and Bei Changtian's corpses and smiled bitterly. Senior, how could I dare to disagree? I only hope that Senior will not lie to me. Don't worry, as long as you take good care of Yi Fei, I will definitely return your freedom in 3 years. The Devil Emperor extended a finger and pointed at Feng Xinyang's forehead. Feng Xinyang did not resist and allowed the Devil Emperor's finger to penetrate her head and enter deep in her mind to place a restriction. After that, a light spot flew out from Feng Xinyang's forehead. The Devil Emperor caught it in his hand and sent it into Yi Fei's mind. Yi Fei felt a strange spiritual imprint in his mind. The Devil Emperor secretly transmitted a message to Yi Fei. Yi Fei, I have already placed a heart demon blood oath on Feng Xinyang. As long as Feng Xinyang has any intention to harm you, you will be able to sense it. At the same time, you can use this spiritual imprint to forcefully kill her. Now, you can go to the 2nd level of the demon sealing tower. Remember, before you reach the martial honorable realm and find the body of the devouring soul sword, don't ever come here again. Master's remnant soul cannot hold on any longer. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Fei had already seen the Devil Emperor's consciousness crumble and turn into specks of light that dissipated into the air. Obviously, in order to help him, the Devil Emperor had destroyed his last remnant soul. From now on, the demon sealing tower would no longer contain the Devil Emperor's consciousness. If he could not find the body of the devouring soul sword, the Devil Emperor would never be able to awaken and would be suppressed until the end of his life. Master, looking at the dissipating Devil Emperor's remnant soul, Yi Fei suddenly felt a heavy and sorrowful feeling in his heart. However, Yi Fei did not say a word. He only resolutely turned around and raised his head to look at Feng Xinyang, who had already stood up. Feng Xinyang, do you know where the Sea of Constellations is? This servant does not know where it is. Feng Xinyang had a blank look on her face, and her expression was very awkward. She was not used to suddenly changing from a manor lord to a servant. Only then did Yi Fei realize that he had been too impatient. Looks like a martial ancestor realm martial artist does not have the right to know about the Sea of Constellations. No wonder Master has always wanted me to reach the martial honorable realm as soon as possible. There's no point in thinking about it now. It won't be too late to find out about it after I break through to the martial honorable realm. Yi Fei secretly calculated. Since the Devil Emperor had treated him as a true disciple, Yi Fei would naturally treat the Devil Emperor as a true master. Master, rest in peace. I will definitely go to the Sea of Constellations. Regardless of whether the Devil Emperor could still hear him, Yi Fei shouted towards the sky above the demon sealing tower. Chapter 223. The second floor of the Demon's Ceiling Tower. The Demon's Ceiling Tower had a total of 3 floors. Each level was guarded by countless heroic spirits. At the same time, these heroic spirits were also living inside the Devil Emperor's body, absorbing his life source. As long as the Devil Emperor didn't die, these heroic spirits would exist forever. The first floor of the Demon's Ceiling Pagoda was guarded by countless heroic spirits of the Martial Master Realm. The second level of the Demon's Ceiling Tower was guarded by countless heroic spirits of the Martial Ancestor Realm. The third level of the Demon's Ceiling Tower was guarded by countless martial honorables. As for the final floor of the Demon's Ceiling Tower, which was where the Demon Emperor was sealed, Yifei didn't know what level of heroic spirits there were. The Demon Emperor had never told him. Right now, Yifei only knew that if he wanted to leave the Demon's Ceiling Tower, the only way was to pass through a trial inside the Demon's Ceiling Tower. Only then would he have the opportunity to leave the Demon's Ceiling Tower. Previously, when he had already passed through the Demon's Ceiling Pagoda, he was only a martial master. Therefore, he only needed to pass through the simplest first stage. However, this time around, he had already reached the Martial Ancestor Realm. If he wanted to leave the Demon's Ceiling Tower, he had to pass through the second stage of the Demon's Ceiling Tower in order to leave. Rumble. Yifei pushed open the heavy bronze door. It was still the same long corridor. On both sides of the corridor was endless darkness. At the end of the corridor, there were pairs of cold eyes staring coldly at Yifei and Feng Xinyang. Yifei, on the other hand, wasn't frightened by these spirit warriors. Feng Xinyang, on the other hand, was different. She had long heard of how terrifying the Demon's Ceiling Tower was. Now that she saw a large number of Martial Ancestor Realm spirit warriors rushing up, she subconsciously wanted to make a move. Don't do anything. The more you kill, the more heroic spirits there will be. The more you kill, the faster you will die, Yifei reminded him loudly. Nonsense. If we don't make a move, we will all die here. You want to die, but I don't want to die. Feng Xinyang was unexpectedly shrewish. When the demonic emperor was still alive, she was well-behaved and was willing to be a servant in front of Yifei. But now that the demonic emperor's remnant soul had dissipated and his true body was in a deep slumber, this chief of East Sea Prefecture wanted to continue showing off her authority in front of Yifei. He understood that this Feng Xinyang was relying on the fact that she was his senior and that her cultivation level was higher than his. She was purposely trying to show off in front of him so that she could take the initiative. Yifei sneered. He was too lazy to say anything more. A thought flashed through his mind. Feng Xinyang, who was about to make a move, immediately screamed and rolled on the ground without a care for her image. Yifei, what did you do to me? I didn't provoke you. So why did you activate the restriction? Feng Xinyang stared at Yifei in fear and anger. Only now did she know how terrifying the Devil Emperor's methods were. Just a single seal was enough to make her unable to even live. Yifei did not stop activating the restriction. Instead, he activated it more and more frequently. Feng Xinyang was finally afraid. She endured the pain and shouted at Yifei, Yifei, spare me this time. This servant knows her wrongs. When she had no choice but to lower her status from a chief to a servant, Feng Xinyang was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Her eyes were spitting flames of anger. It's good that you know your wrongs. Listen to my orders, and I won't make things difficult for you. But if you dare to have any bad thoughts, don't think that I won't dare to torture you just because you're a senior. Yifei sneered and stopped activating the spiritual imprint. Feng Xinyang stood behind Yifei dejectedly with her hands hanging by her side. At this moment, the boundless heroic spirits were already laughing sinisterly. They gradually surrounded them, as if they were ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. If it was before, Feng Xinyang would have already made the first move. However, after being punished by Yifei, Feng Xinyang finally accepted her fate. She looked at the heroic spirits in fear and said, "What should we do? There are so many heroic spirits, and the weakest is at the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. How can the 2 of us possibly make it through?" Yifei looked at the hundreds of heroic spirits, and his expression turned grave. Obviously, the Devil Ceiling Tower would automatically adjust the level of the heroic spirits according to the strength of the intruder. Yifei was at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. The lowest level of the heroic spirits that appeared here was at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. What was even more frightening was that these heroic spirits could split up infinitely. It was impossible to kill them all. The more they killed, the more heroic spirits there would be. The person who created this demon ceiling tower didn't plan on leaving any path of survival for the intruders. After all, this demon ceiling tower was meant to be used to kill enemies, not to be used as a trial. Not to mention the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm, even the 10th level of the martial ancestor realm, or even a half-step martial honorable, would not be able to kill their way through the heroic spirits without any special methods. Understanding this, Yifei would not let Feng Xingyang go up and ruin his plan. Previously, I was able to pass the 1st level of the Devil Ceiling Tower because of the Undying Sword Soul's power. It killed countless heroic spirit kings in an instant, and I was lucky enough to pass the level. However, now that I have the Heaven's Burial style and the Heaven Swallowing style, it would be inappropriate to expose the Undying Sword Soul. Yifei glanced at Feng Xingyang. Although the East Sea Prefecture Master had become his servant, she was still unpredictable. Who knew if she would discover the secret of the Undying Sword Soul? If he could pass the level with the Heaven's Burial style and the Heaven Swallowing style, there would be no need to expose the Undying Sword Soul. He made up his mind. Yifei ordered Feng Xingyang, "Stay here and don't move. Ignore the heroic spirit king's provocation. As long as you don't enter the corridor, they won't be able to attack you." Feng Xingyang quickly understood Yifei's meaning. She was shocked. "You mean you want to pass the level alone? You're crazy." "No, I can't let you take the risk." She was not worried about Yifei. Instead, she was afraid that if Yifei died, not only would she not be able to leave the Devil's Ceiling Tower, but Yifei's spiritual imprint would also be destroyed and she would be implicated. Taking a deep breath, Yifei did not say anything. He simply picked up the spirit-devouring sword and strode into the strange corridor that was packed with heroic spirits. Roar! 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 The already agitated heroic spirits immediately went berserk. They let out sharp, sinister laughter and even used Yifei's psychological weakness to transform into Yi Jian, Yi Shanshan, and even Yifei's deceased father in an attempt to confuse and enrage Yifei. They even made Yifei lose his mind and kill them. The heroic spirits of the Martial Ancestor Realm LV8 and Martial Ancestor Realm LV9 relied on their high cultivation realms to try to kill Yifei from all directions and from all kinds of tricky angles with cold and disdainful expressions. Yifei couldn't help but sigh. The master of this demon ceiling pagoda was truly a heaven-sent genius. He was actually able to refine such a miraculous pagoda. Unfortunately, no matter how miraculous a treasure is, an inanimate object is still an inanimate object. What is fake cannot be real. You want to provoke my anger, right? Very well. You have succeeded in infuriating me. Sky Destroyer Sword, Heaven Burial Style. Boom! Yifei struck out with his sword, and the entire demon ceiling pagoda was affected. It shook violently. This was the power of the Heaven Burial Style. It was no wonder that Yifei was able to successfully bluff his way out by using the Heaven Burial Style. After all, the Heaven Burial Style represented suppression. It suppressed the heavens and the earth. No matter how strong the demon ceiling pagoda was, it couldn't be stronger than the heavens and the earth. The countless heroic spirits that were pouncing towards Yifei were affected and their movements became sluggish. It was as if they had fallen into a quagmire. In the end, they were slowly pushed forward by Yifei's Heaven Burial Style. All the surrounding heroic spirits became motionless. It was as if they had been buried along with the heavens and the earth. This was the Sky Destroyer Sword. This sword could destroy the heavens and the earth. Chapter 224. To break through skill by force, however, Yifei did not do so. These heroic spirits were limitless. As long as the Nephilim Emperor did not die, they would not die. They would only increase in number as he killed them. Rather than wasting time with these heroic spirits, Yifei might as well charge into the depths and search for the heroic spirit king that had been silently standing there. This was a level 10, martial, honorable, heroic spirit king. However, the aura it exuded was even more terrifying than a palace master like Feng Xinyan. Yifei's intrusion immediately angered the heroic spirit king. Boom! Yifei, who was moving forward, could clearly feel that the corridor was shaking violently as the heroic spirit king walked. Not only that, the heroic spirit king didn't simply walk over. As it approached, many of the heroic spirits that were suppressed by the heaven burial style began to struggle again. Yifei could no longer execute the heaven burial style that he had slowly executed. After all, Yifei had only learned the first 2 moves of the Sky Destroyer sword, which was incomplete. Therefore, when Yifei executed the buried sky style, his body also suffered a huge burden. The heroic spirit king's sudden step was like the last straw that crushed Yifei instantly. Puff! Yifei spat out a glaring mouthful of blood. His spirit had become much weaker. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the countless heroic spirits around him that were struggling to break free. He could not help but reveal a bitter smile. There are still too many heroic spirits here. With my current strength, I can't completely suppress them. Since that's the case, I can only fight with my life on the line. Yifei's face suddenly flashed with a hint of madness. So what if you're a 10th level martial ancestor realm heroic spirit king? I've even killed 2 10th level martial ancestor realm palace masters. Why would I be afraid of a dead heroic spirit like you? Roar! Another loud roar sounded, forming an ear-piercing sonic boom. The heroic spirits that had been suppressed in the surroundings regained their mobility. They roared angrily as their sharp claws, which were like iron hooks and sabers, smashed Yifei's body and back repeatedly. Kill! Yifei also went all out. He didn't dodge or evade the attacks of these heroic spirits. Instead, he pushed his battle demon golden body to the limit and weaved his way through the heroic spirits that had just recovered. He continued to charge in the direction of the heroic spirit king. Roar! The heroic spirit king became even angrier. Following his anger, the freed heroic spirits immediately went berserk. Their attacks became even more frenzied. Some of them even pounced on Yifei's body, tearing and biting him. Feng Xinyan, who was watching from behind, was incomparably shocked. There were so many heroic spirits, and all of them were above the 5th realm of the martial ancestor realm. If she were the one going up, she would only be able to last for 15 minutes at most before she would be torn into pieces. However, not only did Yifei persevere, he even ignored their attacks and continued to charge forward. Of course, Yifei also paid a shocking price for this. After all, it was not a single martial arts grandmaster that was attacking him. There were dozens or even hundreds of terrifying martial arts grandmaster realm heroic spirits. No matter how strong the defense of the Demon Emperor scripture was, the battle demon golden body on Yifei's body continued to shatter. His body also suffered unimaginable injuries. Even a martial honorable could only die after being surrounded by such a level of attacks. Fortunately, Yifei still had the undying sword soul in his body. There was also a spiritual crystal vein in the space bag on his body. Yifei gritted his teeth and charged forward while enduring the attacks of the heroic spirits. At the same time, he secretly took out spiritual crystals from his space bag and madly absorbed them. He activated the black energy of the undying sword soul and used it to heal the injuries on his body. It was also because of this method that Yifei was able to immediately heal his injuries when he was severely injured. He then activated a new battle demon golden body and continued to endure the attacks of the surrounding heroic spirits. Perhaps even a master of the demon ceiling pagoda would never have thought that there would be such a crazy person in this world like Yifei. He had actually used the stupidest and simplest method to forcefully endure the attacks of the infinite heroic spirits that he had painstakingly refined. Boom! Sensing that the ant in front of it could not be killed, the heroic spirit king was finally enraged. It suddenly raised a rusty, ancient bronze sword in its hand and suddenly stabbed Yi Fei's golden body while Yi Fei's body was shattered again. At this moment, Yi Fei's eyes revealed a fierce glint. Kill. Now is the time. Sky Destroyer sword, sky swallowing style. Boom. Boom. Yi Fei ignored the bloodstains on his body and suddenly raised his hands. A huge black hole appeared in his hands and shattered the infinite heroic spirits around him. Then, the black hole turned into a long and narrow sword-shaped spatial crack. Yi Fei grabbed it and slashed it forward. Crack! The black sword and the ancient bronze sword collided. A glaring sword light instantly pierced through the ancient bronze sword. A thread-like spatial crack was carved on the heroic spirit king's face, perfectly splitting it into two halves from head to toe. Boom! The heroic spirit king's huge body was split in the middle and fell to the ground. Together with the infinite heroic spirits around it, it turned into flowing light and slowly disappeared. Ding, ding, ding. The three crisp sounds were especially eerie in the quiet corridor. Just like the previous time when the heroic spirit king was killed, this time, after the heroic spirit king died, it dropped 3 different colored crystals. Yi Fei immediately recognized that 2 of them were talent crystals. They could increase the quality of a martial artist's dantian. The other one looked like the spirit stone he saw last time, but the color was different. No matter what it is, it must be something good to be on the heroic spirit king's body. He endured the fatigue and pain. Yi Fei used his fastest speed to pick up the 3 crystals on the ground. Talent crystals are only useful for Earth Grade 5 and below. Now that my dantian's quality is Earth Grade 6, this thing is useless to me. But the color of the spirit stone doesn't seem right. Yi Fei, no, Master, this servant has seen the thing in your hand before. It looks like a middle-grade spirit stone. Feng Xinyang walked over from afar. Looking at Yi Fei, her eyes were filled with a strong sense of fear. Fighting against hundreds of heroic spirits and instantly killing the strongest heroic spirit king, Yi Fei's performance could no longer be described as monstrous. It was simply abnormal. In Feng Xinyang's heart, she suddenly remembered what the Devil Emperor had said to her. I didn't expect this Yi Fei to be so abnormal. Maybe what the Devil Emperor said was true. This Yi Fei has the potential to become an emperor in the future. Although it is humiliating for me, as a palace lord, to become a servant of this junior, but in the future, when he grows up, it might be an opportunity for me. It was because of this change in mentality and seeing Yi Fei's shocking battle strength that Feng Xinyang gradually accepted her identity as a servant and took the initiative to express goodwill to Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei didn't appreciate it. He didn't trust Feng Xinyang and didn't say anything. Grabbing the spirit stone, Yi Fei sat down cross-legged and started to absorb it on the spot. His face revealed a hint of anxiety. Even if the 3 palace lords were eliminated, Tianyin Wufu's crisis wasn't over. As long as Eunuch Zhang, the half-step martial honor eunuch, didn't die, and as long as the elders and disciples of the 3 Wu province were still attacking Tianyin Wufu wouldn't be safe. Chapter 2:25. The bloody battle intensifies. Feng Xinyang also stared at the middle-grade spirit stone in Yi Fei's hand with a burning gaze. This thing was even more precious than a spirit crystal. If a spirit crystal contained 1 spirit energy, then a spirit stone contained 100 spirit energy. Especially the spirit stone in Yi Fei's hand, which was a middle-grade spirit stone. Its spirit energy was 10 times stronger than a low-grade spirit stone. That meant that it contained 1,000 spirit energy, which was equivalent to 1,000 spirit crystals. This was already 1/3 of the spirit stones found in the 3 Great Wu province. How could Feng Xinyang not be moved? But after being moved, she smiled bitterly. Not to mention that I am currently under Yi Fei's control. Even if I wasn't, with this young man's abnormal strength, how could I be his opponent? Perhaps this is fate. Blame it on us, the three Great Wu province. We shouldn't have been greedy and willingly become the imperial family's pawns to attack Tianyin Wufu. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Feng Xinyang didn't dare to disturb Yi Fei. She found a place to sit down, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. Yi Fei had been observing Feng Xinyang's actions. He wasn't a reckless person, so how could he cultivate in front of Feng Xinyang? Yi Fei's actions were to test Feng Xinyang. If this EC provincial chief couldn't resist her greed and try to steal the spirit stone or plot against him, Yi Fei wouldn't hesitate to activate the restrictions and kill Feng Xinyang. Now it seems that Feng Xinyang knows her place. It's not a bad idea to keep her as a helper. If we can turn the East Si Wu province around, it will be very beneficial to Tianyin Wufu and the family Yi. Understanding this point, Yi Fei no longer guarded against Feng Xinyang. Holding the spirit stone tightly, Yi Fei activated the immortal sword spirit in his body and immediately began to refine the middle-grade spirit stone in his hand. Since he already had the experience of absorbing a spirit stone, the refining process this time was also very smooth, even though the spirit energy of a mid-grade spirit stone was very large. Yi Fei also had the big appetite, indestructible sword soul in his body. He could easily absorb all the excess spiritual energy in one go. This went on for about an hour. This was also the time limit for leaving the demon ceiling tower. Boom! Boom! Yi Fei's body suddenly trembled. The powerful spiritual qi caused Yi Fei to break through his limits once again. His current realm was already at the 6th martial ancestor realm. Meanwhile, Yi Fei had only been in the demon ceiling pagoda for less than a day, but his cultivation had risen from the 3rd layer martial ancestor realm to the 6th layer martial ancestor realm. Feng Xinyang had never seen or even heard of such a terrifying speed of improvement. Only now did she know how terrifying Yi Fei's talent and perception were. This Yi Fei, even if he is not as good as those peerless geniuses of the Holy Lands, he can still be compared to those true monstrous geniuses. Feng Xinyang secretly evaluated. Boom. However, this was not the end. At the same time that his cultivation had broken through, Yi Fei's body suddenly released a fierce sword light filled with a shocking, killing intent. It almost pierced through the gray space of the demon ceiling pagoda. 30% sword intent. So that's how it is. After comprehending the heaven-swallowing stance, not only did it increase my battle strength, it also deepened my understanding of the way of the sword. Yi Fei was so excited that his entire body trembled. With the cultivation of the 6th martial ancestor realm and a 30% sword intent, even if he could not defeat a half-step martial honorable, he would still be able to hold his own. Old eunuch, just you wait. Today, I will take revenge for the burning of Black Rock City and the destruction of my home. Feng Xinyang, let's go. Boom. Filled with sword intent and battle intent, Yi Fei stepped into the teleportation portal that was about to disappear. Kill. Destroy Tianyin Wufu and avenge our palace lord. Tianyin Wufu dared to use the demon ceiling pagoda to frame our 3 palace lords. His crime is punishable by death. Everyone from Tianyin Wufu should be torn into pieces. Kill them all, regardless of whether they are men or women. They must pay for the death of our 3 palace lords with their blood. The killing intent was shocking. Swords and sabers crisscrossed. Blood splattered everywhere and corpses were strewn all over the place. This was what was happening in Sky Fortune City. After Yi Fei had used a trick to teleport the 3 palace lords into the demon ceiling pagoda, after a short period of chaos, the elders and disciples of the 3 Wu province had all gone crazy. After all, they were from Wu province and had a deep foundation. After all, on their side, they still had the strongest decisive force, Eunuch Zhang, who was fighting the old palace lord in the sky. Although the outcome of the battle had not yet been decided, the elders of the 3 Wu province were all very confident that Eunuch Zhang would win. The death of their palace lords had forced them to do their best to avenge their palace lords. Kill. Old Wu, your end is here. If you don't surrender now, when will you? More than a dozen elders of the three palace lords, who were at the 7th or 8th stage of the martial grandmaster realm, surrounded Old Wu and attacked him with all their might. In the end, the three great martial palaces had the advantage in numbers. Although Yi Fei had taken away the three most powerful martial palaces, there were still many elders left. Among them, there was no lack of people with astonishing combat strength. In the face of Tianyin Wufu's counterattack, the three Wu province only needed to send out 2 people from Wu province to block this wave of attacks. Then, they would look for an opportunity to reverse the situation. The remaining elders were also very sinister. They directly gathered all the elders of the martial grandmaster realm to surround and kill Old Wu. Even if Old Wu was also a 10th stage martial grandmaster realm expert, he would not be able to resist. In the first few hours, Old Wu could still hold on. But when more than a dozen elders of the martial grandmaster realm attacked him from all sides like a wheel, unless Old Wu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to resist. Puff! Old Wu could no longer remember how much blood he had spat out. His white beard had turned blood red, and how many sabers and swords had slashed his chest and back. But Old Wu was still fighting. He would not retreat or surrender. Even if he died, he would not beg for mercy. The only answer to these elders was Old Wu's shocking fighting spirit. Kill! Old Wu grasped the weakness of an elder who was surrounding him. Suddenly, he did not care about the opponent who was sneak attacking him from behind. He allowed the opponent's spear tip to pierce into his back and shatter his ribs. He only raised a war blade that was already broken and bent. With the fastest and most ferocious speed, he continued to slash forward. Puff! The elder who had exposed his flaw suddenly widened his eyes. His head spun as he watched his headless body slowly fall to the ground. Boom! Old Wu swung his saber again. He did not care about his injuries. With bloodshot eyes, he swung his saber again and killed the elder who had attacked him sneakily. There's a chance. Old Wu, this is the day you die. The surrounding elders were not afraid, because after the fall of the 3 prefecture masters, the 3 Wu province had no way out. They could either completely destroy Tianyin Wufu, or the 3 Wu province would be destroyed. They had no choice but to fight with all their might. Bam! Bam! The 2 elders who had attacked Old Wu from the left and right punched him. Old Wu's body was covered in blood, and he almost died. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking sword light, like a mountain, slashed horizontally on the 2 elders. They were beheaded on the spot and died a violent death. Chapter 2:26. A Song of Passion and Sorrow. Old Wu looked at Chun Chongfeng's severed arm, and his entire being was filled with great sorrow. He continued to kill his enemies as he angrily questioned, Chun Chongfeng, why did you kill your way over here? You are the strongest person in the entire Wu province aside from the Martial House Master and myself. If the Martial House Master and I die in battle, you will be the new Martial House Master. Why don't you cherish yourself? In response to Old Wu, Chen Chongfeng roared even more angrily. Where are we going? Where can we go? This is our home, our roots. We can fight to the death, but we can't retreat. Today, there are only heroes who die in battle, no cowards who surrender. Yes, only heroes who die in battle. Tianyin Wufu, there are no cowards. Chen Chongfeng's words had undoubtedly influenced a lot of people present. Although there was still a large group of Tianyin Wufu disciples fleeing for their lives, there were even more disciples and elders who were roaring loudly. Many of them even disregarded their serious injuries and suddenly pounced on the enemy in front of them, biting with their teeth and scratching with their fingers. As long as they were still breathing, they would not give up resisting. Seeing that they were gradually unable to resist, groups and groups of elders and disciples began to bravely charge towards their deaths. They formed a row and repeatedly attacked the disciples of the 3 great martial houses. The disciples of the 3 great martial houses were so scared that they desperately scattered. They didn't dare to risk their lives against this group of madmen. However, this was only a partial advantage. Looking at the overall situation, there were still too many people in the three major Wu province, whether it was the number of disciples or the number of elders. Such an unfair battle had caused great casualties to Tianyin Wufu. Hundreds of outer court disciples had been killed, and more than 100 inner court martial masters had been killed. More than half of the several thousand odd-job disciples had been killed. Zhao Yu's clothes were already stained with blood. His otherworldly temperament had become a bit more miserable and a bit more resolute. Bai Ling and the other female disciples all stood behind Zhao Yu. Their faces were also filled with determination. Many female disciples were holding two items in their hands. One was a sword used to kill enemies, and the other was a pair of scissors or a dagger. They were prepared to kill themselves if the situation went south. The disciples and elders of the three provinces of Wu Province were cheering excitedly everywhere. Ha ha! I've breached Tianyin Wufu's treasure pavilion. There are many treasures inside, and they all belong to us. Whoever snatches them will get to keep them. F***CK. There are so many beautiful girls in Tianyin Wufu. Just you wait. Big Brother will come and love you all very soon. Everyone, work harder. Kill with all your might for this old man. No matter how strong Tianyin Wufu is, it is still no match for the combined forces of the three major Wu province. Kill them all and avenge our prefecture chief. Roar. Many disciples and elders of the three major Wu province had already gone crazy from the killing. Treasures, women, and the ferocity of the killing made them seem like a pack of wild beasts. They killed anyone they saw, and they were extremely ferocious. There were even some martial masters who had gone berserk from the killing and actually charged towards the family Yi. This immediately caused a commotion in the Yi League. Yi Jian, quickly give the order to retreat. Tianyin Wufu probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. As long as there is life, there is hope. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Jian had already made his move. His sword pierced through the chest of the cowardly family head. Yi Jian, who had pulled out his bloody sword, looked at every member of the Yi League. He raised his sword angrily and roared, "What are you afraid of? When Blackrock City was destroyed, we were already dead. Don't tell me you're afraid of dying again. Don't forget that Yi Fei is still in the Demon Sealing Pagoda. He is our family Yi, and our Yi League's only hope for survival. If Yi Fei dies in battle, do you think the three major Wu province will let us go? If Yi Fei survives, won't we disappoint him again if we retreat?" Faced with Yi Jian's angry roar, the Yi League members fell silent. No one knew how to refute. Yi Bufan sighed. Looking at the martial masters who had gone berserk from the killing, Yi Bufan's expression was solemn. He suddenly said, "Get into formation." Boom. Almost subconsciously, the Yi League members who were still in an uproar quickly got into formation. It was obvious that during their time in Tianyin Wufu, Yi Jian and Yi Bufan had put in a lot of effort into the Yi League in order to prevent a situation like this from happening. Yi Jian stood at the very front with a solemn face. Beside him were Yi Chao and Zhou Guang. A black stone bow quickly appeared in their hands. Soon after, a black stone bow appeared in the hands of all the Yi League members. This was the only specialty of Blackrock City. Using the tendons and bones of vicious beasts as bows and their fangs as arrows, the formation that Yi Bufan had set up was the most famous one in Blackrock City. It was a military formation that hunted down vicious beasts and demonic beasts. This kind of military formation might be useless against powerful martial masters, but it was still very lethal against martial masters. Release the arrows and follow me. Yi Jian shook off the bloodstains on his sword. Without hesitation, he led the strongest group of Yi League members and charged to the front. The weaker members hid at the back, desperately drawing their bows and releasing arrows. The entire sky darkened under the rain of arrows. No one had expected that they would suddenly encounter a military formation in the middle of a battle between martial masters. Moreover, it was the most standard military formation for hunting demonic beasts. Although the martial masters who rushed over quickly used their true chi to defend against the initial rain of arrows, Their true chi was quickly exhausted under the endless rain of arrows. They were pierced by the arrows and died miserably on the ground like hedgehogs. It's the family Yi. Damn the family Yi. We didn't provoke them, but they actually provoked us. They even took the initiative to kill the disciples of our 3 Wu province. Then what are we waiting for? All disciples, listen up, kill the family Yi and destroy this insignificant family. Ha ha ha. The 3 elders of Mount Tai Wu province gathered together and watched indifferently as the disciples they sent were shot to death by the arrows. Then their faces revealed ferocious expressions, as if their evil plan had succeeded. After all, the grudge between Yi Fei and Mount Tai Wu province was too deep. First, he killed Li Ba. Then, he put Li Xiong, the head of Mount Tai Wu province, into the demon's sealing tower, causing Mount Tai Wu province to suffer heavy losses. Mount Tai Wu province naturally vented their hatred and anger on the family Yi and Yi League. First, they deliberately sent their disciples to die and used the family Yi as an excuse to attack first. In this way, even if Yi Fei was a disciple of the Holy Land and his family was protected by the Holy Land, these elders and disciples of Mount Tai Wu province still had sufficient reasons to destroy the family Yi. Oh no, we've been fooled. Yi Bufon's face turned pale. So what if we've been fooled? Today is the day my family, Yi, is reborn. If you're a man, kill with me. Even if we're humble, we'll never yield. Yes, kill. Fight. Anyway, we've died once. It doesn't matter if we die again. Yi Jian's words stimulated Yi League's fighting spirit. Yi Bufon was also relieved. With a smile on his face, he stood beside Yi Jian. It seems that I've been a Castellan for too long. I'm really not used to this kind of impulsive courage. Yi Bufon finally made a joke. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.